Enlisted is the free brand new online World War II shooter. Command a squad of soldiers and participate in legendary battles of the Second
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendants, his counsel, and assistant state attorneys, and the go on the jury. If you don't, hope you had a good night. We're going to start again with the trial this morning. Now, the state was still on its case in chief, so now you want to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Nestor Hermedia.
Nestor Hermedia?
Yes.
Good morning. Are you Nestor Hermedia?
Good morning.
Well, this is our witness stand. Come on up here. When you get there, what I'd like you to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Nestor Hermida,
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Nestor, M-S-N-A-I-D-A.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. So the microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but not back and forth. All right?
Thanks, Your Honor.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the members of the jury where you were employed back on October 26th of 2018?
I was the manager of Sunset Lake Summer Association.
Okay, and what is that? Is that a residential or commercial property?
It was a residential property of 1,685 homes.
Okay, and where is that located?
Miramar, really.
Can you tell us the cross streets and the areas?
Basically, you go through 40th Street, and this case, 186 Sunrise Avenue, and 40th.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the 40th Street entrance specifically. During your employment with the association or the development, were you aware of the video surveillance camera system?
Yes,
And as property manager, did you have access to those cameras?
yes,
And those cameras recorded the front entrance gate at the 40th Street location?
yes,
And those cameras were actually stored within that security guard gate?
yes.
How is that gate operated? Like, for instance, is there a live person? Is it automated?
A live person, 24/7.
Okay, so and a guard is essentially stationed at that gate.
Yes.
And how does one enter that development, specifically the 40th Street entrance?
Either by phone call to the residents or be on the list.
So essentially you have to be authorized to enter.
Yes.
And are there any requirements for identification or anything of the sort?
Your driver license will be scanned,
And is that whether or not?
and the register tag will be also recorded.
Okay, and so, for instance, if I want to visit that location and I'm entering the 40th Street, I need to have permission and an identification card.
Yes, yes, I have an idea. Driver license.
As far as the video surveillance system, is it common that it was overwritten or, re-recorded over after a certain period of time?
He does.
Do you recall the time frame?
No.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense counsel was been pre-marked, it states WW, permission to approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Can you take a look at states WW for identification purposes only? Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's a flash drive.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to review the flash drive?
Yes, I did.
And does it contain the video surveillance from the aisles at Sunset Lakes apartments, specifically the 40th Street guard gate?
Yes, it does.
And based on your experience and your time there?
I'm sorry.
What page?
Can we approach?
Yeah, said yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
the video surveillance on the flash drive.
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the Sunset Lakes guard gate, specifically the area covering that 40th Street entrance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state used into evidence that was pre-marked. It states WW as the state's next numbered exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No.
It be admitted.
And permission to publish?
Mrs. Martin, yes, ma'am, you may publish.
States WW, we mark states 47.
I'm sorry. Can you all see the screen? Why don't you have a seat up front here? How about that?
Yeah.
All right?
Where?
Right up the front
Oh,
row.
yeah, that would be great.
Let me show you something.
Let me show you something, it's a good life, it's a good vibe, it's a good time, yeah, we live it up. Let me show you something, yeah, we hanging out the window and we throw a little shaka with the pinky and the thumb. Like, let me show you something looking cute as a button, yeah, I got what they want, all the boys, yeah, they lining up. Let me show you something, yeah, I said what I said, cause we just getting started, no, you ain't seen nothing like yeah, let me show you something. Hello, Moto.
And that was it. Your Honor, nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Is there any cross-examination?
One question. May I do it from here, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell in that video how many people were in that vehicle that we just played?
So the driver, I can't see it.
So you don't know if there were 4 or 5 people in that car, correct? Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Verbal, thank you very much. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel, want to call your next witness?
George Bella.
Mr. Bello, please. Bello, welcome. Please remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is George Bello.
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
It's JORGEBELLO.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Bello, that microphone will adjust up and down, but not back and forth.
Okay, no problem.
With your permission, Your Honor?
If you're ready, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Bello. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Very well, thank you for asking. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you work?
I'm the Crime Lab Unit Manager in the Fireman Toolmark Unit for Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab.
What does that mean?
Basically, it means that I examine known and unknown tool marks to determine whether or not they came from a common source, along with, of course, as I'm a manager, I manage and maintain the standard operating procedures as well as training for any new members of the lab.
How long have you been the manager of the Broward Sheriff's Office Fire and Arms and Tool Mark Section?
I've been the manager there for about 6.5 years.
Prior to being the manager for in the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, where else have you worked?
I was a criminalist in the Fireman Toolmark Unit for Miami-Dade Police Department Crime Lab.
And how long were you a criminalist there?
Approximately 7 years.
How long in total have you been working with firearms in this discipline?
So in this one, I've been for a total about 13.5 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of background and education you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, which I received from Florida International University.
And when did you graduate from Florida International University?
Good question. I think it was probably about 2009, 2010, somewhere around there.
July of 2009, sound correct?
Yeah.
Would that be reflected on your CV?
Yes.
If you need to refer to that at any point, please let me know.
Okay, will do.
Have you memorized every single training you've ever taken, date and time?
No.
Okay.
No, certainly not.
So if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after you graduated in 2009 with your Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, what was the next steps you took in training and education specific to your current employment?
So training in the Fireman Toolmark discipline typically primarily occurs at labs. It's usually on-the-job training. The main reason for that is universities are gun-free zones, and so it'd be a very difficult task to try to get education in firearms on a university campus. So the training program at Miami-Dade is a 2-year training program. It's the same in our Sheriff's Office. It revolves around a training manual, and that manual is comprised of several different modules that we have to complete. Some of the modules in that training manual include history of firearms design, modern firearm design, history of ammunition development, orientation, instrumentation, ethics, firearms comparisons, tool mark comparisons, distance determinations, serial number restoration, and many other modules. Learning throughout that program is measured by giving technical presentations as well as writing technical papers. I also will take written examinations, oral exams, culminating eventually in a competency test to determine whether or not I can physically do the work, and then a mock trial as well as testimony training. In addition to that in-house training, I also receive training outside the laboratory in order to fulfill my job duties. Some of the different trainings I received included training in factory tours and armorers courses. And factory tours are really important for firearms examiners because they allow us to see how the integral parts of a firearm are made. So those are the parts that leave individual and identifiable marks on casings and projectiles. So some of those parts that we can observe being made are the barrel, firing pins, extractors, ejectors, magazines, magazine lips. And so we can see how all of those parts are manufactured at different manufacturers and see how the individual marks are imparted onto the tools themselves. And then the armorers courses work hand in hand with that in that they show us how all of those parts work together inside of an actual firearm. During the armorer's course, we'll strip down the firearm down to its screws and base components, and then reassemble it, and do that several times. In that process, we can see how those parts work together to leave the marks on casings and projectiles. So the factory tours show us how the marks go from the manufacturer onto the guns, and then the armorer's courses can show us how the guns leave the marks on the casings and projectiles.
Okay, that's a lot of information, so let's slow
Yeah.
down and come back a little bit. Okay, so you talked about touring various gun manufacturers.
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you done that in the course of your employment as a firearms tool mark examiner?
I believe I've toured somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to somewhere between 12 and 15 manufacturers.
Is this a visitor's tour, or is this a hands-on technical evaluation?
No, it's a technical tour. Firearms manufacturers are very particular, so they don't let just anybody, if you're not involved with law enforcement, specifically really firearms examiners, they don't let you through the door to take a tour. And so typically the ones that are giving the tour are like chief of engineering or something like that, where they know how each of those components are being made and where they're being made. And then because these factories are fairly large, and so when you're touring them, I don't necessarily need to see assembly, I don't necessarily need to see when they're manufacturing a slide. Those parts that don't make marks on cases and projectiles are really not important for us. And so they know, because we're in communication with them, the parts that we need to see manufactured and the information that we ask them, they have to be able to know what the answers are as well. So just somebody who's hired to operate a machine may not know some of the details that I'm going to ask. So it is a very specific tour.
So on the armorer's course, are those specific to each individual brand or make and model of firearm?
Yes, so specific to really the make and model of the firearm. So the armorer's courses, like let's say the Glock armorer's course, will teach you how to disassemble, reassemble Glock pistols. They also teach you how to fix Glock pistols. So that's kind of an added component for us. If we receive a firearm that is broken, we know how to put it back together because we've been to these armorer's courses. But they are specific. So if you take a Smith & Wesson armorer's course, Smith & Wesson makes a lot of different firearms. They don't just make pistols, they make revolvers, they make rifles, and so they have revolver armorer's courses, they have pistol armorer's courses, they have rifle armorer's courses. And so in order to be an armorer in each of those, you would have to take an armorer's course for each of those categories.
In terms of the number of armorer's courses that you've taken, can you please give an approximate number to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It's probably in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 armorer's courses.
On your daily, day-to-day job, how many times do you handle a firearm?
Every day. Yeah, pretty much every day that I come into the office, I handle a firearm of some sort or another. Yeah.
And is it one a day?
It can vary. So sometimes if a case has enough fired evidence, I may shoot one firearm for that particular case and then make comparisons. But if it's a day where I'm coming in and just test firing firearms, I might test fire anywhere between 75 and 100 in that particular day. So it kind of varies by the task that I'm performing any given day. So it'll be anywhere from 1 to, I'll say, 100.
In a single day for firearms?
Yes.
And is that for the entirety of the 13 and a half years you've worked in firearms?
Yes, minus the 2 years of training. So approximately 11 and a half years of handling a firearm every day.
In terms of the services that you can provide and do at the lab, is there what's called a distance or range of fire determination?
Yes.
Is that something that you've had training and experience in?
Yes.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your training that you have in range of fire or distance determination?
So the distance determination training is primarily in-house because it's comprised of several different parts of firearms examiner training. So in order to perform these determinations, typically we're going to need a firearm and some kind of fired evidence tying evidence to the firearm, or tying the firearm to the scene. The reason for that is that distance determination, when chemically processed, is a destructive examination that can only be done one time. So if I process, let's say a sweater or a shirt for distance determination, I can only do that one time. And so we want to make sure that when we're doing it with the firearm that was found at the scene, Because if not, then we're applying so many variables that we can't account for when giving a distance. And so the training is really based off of the FBI gunpowder, gunshot residue training course. And it's essentially a compilation of articles that we go through and read them. We practice making the chemicals that are required for making the test paper, the chemicals that are required for making all of the spray solutions that we would use to chemically process the garments, as well as training in using infrared microscopy and different light microscopy to try to see gunpowder on different pattern of clothing. Once we've completed that training, it culminates, of course, in doing 10 practice exercises, and then eventually a competency test to make sure that we can arrive at a known answer that an instructor gave.
Okay, so Mr. Bello, to go back, you said that you can do chemical testing. You mentioned like a sweater.
Yes.
And you said it's destructive.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So the reaction that we're looking for when we do distance determination is a chromophoric reaction, so it's a colored reaction. Burnt gunpowder reacts, or the nitrites in burnt gunpowder react with the chemicals that we're using to give an orange reaction. That reaction will only happen that one time. So if I processed it again, it wouldn't react again because those chemicals are no longer present.
So, Mr. Bello, can you do that on a human body?
No, you cannot chemically process a human body. Right.
And how long has the Broward Sheriff's Office lab been doing this process of the chemical determination of distance determination?
I believe it's been done since its induction, so I believe somewhere in the late 60s is when they started doing it.
And specifically at the Broward Sheriff's Office, when did you guys onboard this procedure?
So we've been doing it, at least since I've been there, we've been able to do it. It did have a brief hiatus. When I was hired, the lab, the fire and tool mark unit was shut down because all of its previous examiners had retired or left. And so we had to shut down for about a year. And then when we started doing examinations again, we started offering the full range of examinations.
And when you say you had to shut down for a year, why is that?
We didn't have anybody to actually do the work. So we could have received the evidence, but it would have sat around for that entire time frame because nobody could do the work.
You were there, why couldn't you do the work?
Well, I was hired afterwards. Yeah. So I was hired after the examiners had left. And anytime you hire somebody, even if they're trained from another laboratory, they have to be onboarded. So that onboarding process does include doing casework. So any casework that I was authorized to do before in Miami-Dade, I had to redo. So the quality assurance manager and the lab director gave me tests when I was onboarded, and I had to pass the test, so I had to come to the known conclusions that another examiner already knew the answer was, in order to be able to do the same examination at Broward Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so you were certified to do the examinations in Dade County?
Authorized. So I was authorized by Miami-Dade to do that at Miami-Dade County, yes.
And that authorization, how long does it last for?
Typically it's for my employment unless there's some kind of lapse. So if part of the authorization or part of the requirement for authorization is competency testing. And so if there's a lapse, proficiency testing. If there's a lapse in my proficiency testing and I don't complete casework in that particular field, then I wouldn't be authorized by the laboratory to do that work anymore.
Is there a difference between authorization and being certified in the field of firearms tool marks examiners?
Yes, so by definition, laboratories can authorize you to do work. They don't certify you to do work. A certification implies that there's a third party, right? Another body outside of your employer that's giving you some kind of standardized test. And so there is certification in distance determination, in firearms comparison analysis, and tool marks that's offered by the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. So that would be the certification. It's a test that was made by experts to be challenging, and so when you pass that, you've passed a standard test that everyone who's certified in that field passed. Authorizations are subjective in that they're designed and implemented by individual laboratories. So that's saying, an authorization is saying you can do that test in that laboratory. So if you have an authorization, like I have an authorization for Broward Sheriff's Office, it doesn't mean that I can go to Chicago and do what I do in Chicago. If I'm certified, that means that I've met at least the base knowledge and practical knowledge to be able to do the examination as tested by an outside agency.
So, Mr. Bello, if you go and complete an armorer's course at Sig Sauer, at Taurus, at Glock, are they certifying you that you are an expert in their firearms?
They're saying you're an armorer in their firearms. So once you've completed an armorer's course, let's say for Glock, then they give you a certificate saying that you're a Glock armorer. That certificate is typically valid for anywhere between 3 and 5 years, depending on the manufacturer. But once that time lapses, then Glock will no longer consider you an armorer for their firearm. And at that point, you'd have to go back and take another armorer's course for Glock to then be updated with all of the information, get a new certificate, and then you would be a Glock armorer again.
Okay, and so Mr. Belli, you talked about the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners. Are you certified by that organization?
I am.
How long have you been certified by them?
I believe I was first certified in 2015, so I guess 7 years, more or less. 7 or 8 years.
Has that been continual since 2015?
Yes.
Do you have to take continuing education to maintain that certification?
Yes. So the original certification is a test. So you take a written examination as well as a practical examination, and you have to pass. I believe the written examination you have to pass with an 80% score, and then the practical exam is essentially 100% because you can't give a wrong answer, and so you have to have 100% on the practical. And then to maintain that certification, you have to attend training or give training, so a combination thereof, and that is to a minimum of 100 hours every 5 years.
And Mr. Belli, do you teach in the area of firearms and tool marks?
I do. I give workshops, and I also obviously train any examiners that are new examiners in the field of firearm tool mark examiners.
Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Approximately, it's probably in the neighborhood of in the low 70s right now.
What jurisdictions have you testified in?
So I've testified in federal and state courts for Miami-Dade and Broward counties.
And what specific areas of expertise have you opined on?
So I've been allowed to opine on firearms, firearm examination and comparison, tool mark examination and comparison, serial number restoration, and muzzle target distance determination.
And it offers defense an opportunity for voir dire and expert qualifications?
No.
So, Mr. Bello, let's start and talk about what is the difference between ballistics and firearms.
So yeah, that's a commonly, I guess, misused phrase. I don't really work with what people would refer to as ballistics. So ballistics, as commonly used, is really speaking about external ballistics, and that's what happens to a projectile in flight. So from the time it leaves the barrel to the time it impacts a target. The area of ballistics that I do work in is internal ballistics and terminal ballistics. So in that area, that would be more synonymous with firearm examination, in that internal ballistics is what happens to a projectile and casing inside of a firearm, and then the terminal ballistics is what happens to that projectile after impacting an object.
So, terminal, like airport terminal?
Terminal's final, so the final destination, final endpoint of the projectile.
With regards to the internal ballistics, explain what causes there to be in what is internal ballistics.
Sure, so like the mechanics of discharging?
Please.
So the mechanics of discharging a firearm essentially is there's a firing sequence that occurs. Typically that firing sequence involves loading a firearm, usually with a magazine and semi-automatic firearms. The firearm can then be, the slide of the firearm would then be manually dropped. At that point, a live cartridge is going to be picked up from the magazine and inserted into the chamber of the firearm. Once the firearm is in that state, it's ready to fire. I mean, barring any manual safeties or something that's preventing it from firing, the firearm is loaded and ready to be fired. So with most modern firearms, at that point, you could pull the trigger. The trigger will release the hammer or the striker, which will detonate the firing pin. Will detonate the primer. The primer of a cartridge is what holds a small explosive that ignites.
Yo, what's up, street?
That powder then expands through combustion.
I appreciate everybody in here for real.
Through the barrel, and then at the
Like
same
I said,
time, it will push the cartridge case rearward into the
Thousand
firearm
subs.
itself. that rearward force is what causes the firearm to cycle. So at that point, the casing will be extracted and ejected, typically to the right and rear of where someone will be standing who's discharging the firearm. And then the cycle at that point starts all over again. So the slide comes forward, picking up another live cartridge, and you can then pull fire the handgun.
Okay, lots of
Trigger.
definitions, big words that are not necessarily common in everyday life, so let's go back a little bit. A live cartridge, what is that?
I have a demonstrative I can show the jury.
Please, depends how you want to see it.
No,
Okay, so if you could explain what is a live cartridge.
May I approach the jury to show them?
Please stand up.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstrative exhibit, it's not in evidence.
Yeah, it's not a live cartridge or anything, it's plastic.
A live cartridge is essentially what you see here. So it's a projectile or a bullet, a cartridge case, the primer, and then inside is where the powder itself is housed. So if you can see at the bottom of the cartridge case, there's a hole. That's called the flash hole. So when the primer is struck by the firing pin, the force is what causes that powder to ignite. So the explosion that's inside of the primer is going to come through that flash hole and into the main body of the cartridge case, igniting the powder. When that powder is lit, the projectile leaves the cartridge, entering the barrel of the firearm, and then the cartridge travels rearward and exits the firearm in a semi-automatic firearm. The marks that you see on now a fired projectile are the marks that can be imparted by rifling. So by the rifling in a barrel, those are the raised areas of the barrel that impart spin on a projectile. That's their whole purpose, is to actually impart spin on the projectile. The spin stabilizes the projectile in flight, so it makes it more accurate for the shooters. There's different types of rifling, but they all leave some kind of mark or another on projectiles. The cartridge cases will receive several different marks. So the mark that's in the center is the firing pin impression. The marks that are around it, in this case, looks almost like a rectangle. That's the firing pin aperture impression. And then the parallel striations that you can see, that's from the breech face. There are also this little triangular mark. That's the ejector mark. And then it can receive an extractor mark, which is this kind of striated scratches that you see there. And that's from, all of those parts are from the firing of this cartridge.
Okay, well again, a lot of terms and things that people
Yeah.
don't deal with on a regular basis. Let's start with, and help make sure it's clear and defined,
Sure.
what the parts of a firearm are.
Okay.
Are there different classes of firearms?
There are several different classes of firearms. So for handguns, the most common classes of firearms are revolvers and pistols, or semi-automatic pistols.
And can you tell the jury, ladies and gentlemen, the difference between what is a revolver and a semi-automatic?
So the main difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm is that a revolver will have a set of chambers, and that's where these live cartridges are loaded. And then upon firing, the firearm will cycle itself, rotating that cylinder, but the cartridges do not eject. Right? The cartridges in a revolver have to be manually ejected. So they won't typically leave fired casings at a crime scene. Whereas semi-automatic firearms will automatically extract and eject fire casing every time that you pull the trigger.
So you're going to approach.
Right.
I have a demonstrative fake firearm. You can be so kind as to double check and
Sure.
make sure I'm not.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, just remember with the demonstratives, they're not in evidence. They're to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony, help him explain it, but the evidence is the testimony of the witness. These demonstratives, unless they are later received in evidence, do not go back to the jury room during deliberations.
Is the item that you have in front of you a replica or plastic firearm?
Yes.
Does it shoot any projectiles?
No, it doesn't have a barrel or any, you can see that the barrel itself is plugged, so there's nothing that could possibly come out of this firearm.
Does it have a trigger that can be pulled?
No, it does not.
No. Does it have a slide or a magazine that can be moved?
It has a magazine that can be extracted, but the slide cannot be moved. The hammer cannot be cocked. So there's no, in this particular design, the only moving part is the magazine release, which ejects the plastic magazine.
Okay. So can you now use that, and if I can have the witness step down so we can put it on the screen to make it easier for the jurors to see. Mr. Bello, if you would be so kind. And so we have the green screen there to the right. If you could now slowly, in terms of describing the areas on a typical semi-automatic firearm.
Sure. So in this particular design, a semi-automatic firearm, the area that you pull to fire is the trigger. That's this plastic area right here. This particular firearm has a manual safety. That's this device here. It's ambidextrous, so it should have its equal partner here. So what that means is that whether you're left-handed or right-handed, you can shoot it either way and activate the safety or deactivate the safety. On this side of the firearm, you can see that there's a slide catch. That's what this part of the firearm is.
What does the slide catch do?
It catches the slide. In firearms, you'll notice that our terminology is very self-explanatory. We like to keep it simple. And so this part here is the slide. That's the part that will travel rearward and extract a casing from this area here. That is the chamber. And on its rearward travel, it'll pick up a casing from that chamber, extracting and ejecting it. When it's empty, there's a spring inside the magazine that pushes this slide up automatically, and it'll catch the slide. That just lets the person who's shooting know the firearm is empty. You can insert another magazine and start to shoot again. And then this portion here is the barrel. In this case, it's an exposed barrel. Not every firearm has an exposed barrel, so sometimes the slide covers this area as well. And then this is the muzzle end of the barrel. So this is the portion of the barrel where the projectile itself travels out of. And I guess just to clarify also, the projectile is not the only thing that comes out of the barrel of a firearm. There are byproducts of discharge. And so,
We'll get back to that.
Yep.
So can you demonstrate to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how you would insert a standard magazine using that demonstrative?
Sure. So in this particular firearm, you would just insert the magazine with the feed ramp of the magazine facing that direction. You just insert it into the well until it clicks in place, and at that point, slide up a little more. The magazine will sit flush with the bottom of the firearm, and the magazine is inserted. In regular function, at this point, typically the slide is to the rear of the firearm, and you would pull it back, and that would automatically release it to move forward and pick up a live cartridge and be in battery, which essentially just means that it's loaded and ready to fire.
Okay. So you discussed rifling.
Yes.
Where on this gun does the rifling come from?
So the rifling is from the barrel, so it's from this portion here. The chamber of this firearm ends right around here, and so from that portion forward is where the rifling will be present on the barrel of the firearm.
And explain what is rifling.
So rifling are raised portions of the inside of the barrel, which are designed to impart spin to the projectile, stabilizing the projectile in flight, and making the firearm itself more accurate.
Are those markings, the high and low points, standard in different firearms?
Yes, so there are characteristics that manufacturers will place on firearms. One of them is the width and number and direction of twist. So the width of lane impression, so how wide each of those marks is inside the barrel, is standardized, as well as the number, so whether it's 6 or 5, 3 or whatever that number might be, and the direction they twist the projectile in. So whether they twist right or left are all purposely put in by the manufacturer.
Do different manufacturers have trademarked or patented rifling patterns?
They do. So like Glock has kind of Glock and Smith & Wesson are famously involved for, I guess Smith & Wesson tried to make a replica of what Glock has years ago, and Glock sued them, and they won the lawsuit, so Smith & Wesson had to immediately stop manufacturing the firearm the way they were manufacturing it. And it really came down to some of those class characteristics that we were talking about, so the marks that were inside the firearm. Not really how it looks. So the firearm still looks the same as a Glock, but the inside markings are different than Glock, and they had to make them different because of the lawsuit.
So with regard, you said class characteristics, that's the type of firearm. How would you say that's different from individual characteristics of a specific firearm?
So class characteristics are those characteristics that are put in place by the firearm manufacturer on purpose. They know they're putting them in there, they chose to put them in there. So that's the caliber, the shape of the firing pin, the shape of the firing pin aperture, the number of lanes and grooves in a barrel, the direction of the twist. Those are all on purpose. They decided those numbers, and that's what they are making them all with. So every Taurus pistol, which this is basically a replica of, is a Taurus PT92. So every Taurus pistol will have 6 land impressions. They all twist to the right. They all have a hemispherical firing pin. They all have a circular firing pin aperture. Now, the individual marks are the marks that the tooling puts in incidental to manufacture. So basically, they're accidental marks. Manufacturer doesn't know they're being imparted. They don't mean for them to be imparted. They just happen by the mechanical action of making the parts. So the cutting tools or the forming tools that are used to make the barrel, to make the slide, to make the aperture, all leave marks, which are microscopic in nature, on these different parts.
Stop sliding for you. And so before I have you resume your seat, could you show where would the ejector marks be made on this particular?
So I can't open the firearm, and that's where the ejector would be, but if looking at it from this angle, the extractor is on this side of the firearm. It's a hook that's put in place right here in the slide, and then the ejector is on the opposite side. So if you could think of opposing forces, the hook has to grab the casing and pull it out. The ejector has to push the casing from the opposite side of the extractor and push it out of the firearm. So the ejector is typically placed in here, attached to the slide itself, or attached to the frame of the firearm, but protruding through the slide.
And so, Mr. Melly, if you'd be so kind as to resume your seat.
Can we take the phone back?
You can, yes, that would be good. Okay, so still a lot of definitions. I want to make sure we understand. You talked about lands,
Yes.
L-A-N-D-S. What is a land?
So a land inside of the barrel of a firearm is the raised area. So that's the actual area that's left inside of the firearm that impacts the projectiles. So that's the area that's going to leave those scratches that I had showed you earlier. The opposing areas are the grooves. So in cutting methods, the grooves are the raised areas on the projectile, and they're the lower areas on the firearm. So these are the areas that typically are cut away by another tool inside of the barrel. Usually when we're looking at projectiles, examiners look at the land impressed areas, not as much the groove impressed areas, only because we have found some repetition in the groove areas from different manufacturing methods. And so in order to avoid any possible confusion as to whether or not it came from a particular firearm, we look at areas we know are individual, which are the land impressed areas.
So in that, you're just talking about the lands on the projectiles.
Correct.
Is there any lands and grooves on the casings?
No, there are no lands and grooves on casings.
Is there a database or some sort of literature that tells you which manufacturers use 7 lands or which use 3?
Yes, so the FBI years ago compiled a database that they call the the gun reference database. And so basically that database has a list of manufacturers and what their specific numbers would be as far as direction of twist, number of landing grooves, and the width of the landing groove. And so with the width, whenever we try to use that database, we try to add a little bit more to the width of the land impressions that we're measuring, only so that it becomes a more comprehensive list than a more restrictive list. So if we're going to make an error, we want to make sure we're more inclusive in this error than exclusive.
Okay. So you also talked about firing pins.
Mm-hmm.
Is there just one type of firing pin?
No, there are several different types and shapes of firing pins. So your typical firing pins that you're going to observe in firearms are hemispherical. I'd say that's the majority of them that we're going to see. Hemispherical just means kind of rounded in nature as far as the tip of the firing pin. But they also have firing pins that are elliptical in shape. A lot of examiners call them Glock shape because Glock was one of the first manufacturers to use this elliptical shape on the firing pin. There's also rectangular firing pins, although not super common, or certainly they were more common in the 80s and 90s than they are today. But they still are some manufacturers that use rectangular or square firing pins. And then you have rim-fired firing pins, which can be square, rectangular, or circular as well. And so there are different categories of firing pins, absolutely.
When you talk about the firing pin, is the front of it flat, or is there a difference in the geometry of the front of the firing pin?
So the tip of the firing pin, which is typically what we're going to be examining, are different geometries. So that's that shape that I was referencing. It can either be hemispherical, which has that almost like, if you think about a globe, it has that rounded shape to it. That's essentially the type of shape that we're looking at in a hemispherical firing pin. Elliptical is an ellipse, so it's an area where the very tip is pointed, but the edges of that are like an ellipse, so it's more oval in shape. Square firing pins are squared, and then there are also cylindrical firing pins, which is a cross between some of them, so they're circular in shape, but the very tip is cut off, so it's flat. So it depends on the shape of the firing pin, but there are different geometries to the firing pins.
Okay. And would that be a class or individual characteristic, the shape of the firing pin?
The overall shape is a class characteristic, so that's something that the manufacturer decides before they even start manufacturing.
What about, are there individual characteristics as to firing pins?
Yes, there are individual characteristics observed in firing pins. Those are going to depend on the manufacturing method. So there are firing pins which are manufactured using a MIM process, that's a metal injection molding process. And those firing pins have individual characteristics from the expansion and cooling of the metal. So metal will expand when it's heated, and then when it cools, it shrinks back down. And in that process of expanding and shrinking, there are air bubbles that are formed inside of the metal itself. Those air bubbles can reach the surface of the tip of the firing pin, but when and where they reach, it's random. So the manufacturer can't really control that part. And then manufacturers, after those processes, or after the initial manufacturing process, then take those parts and polish them. And so the polishing also adds on some individual characteristics that can be observed in firing pins.
What about wear and tear and use of the firearm?
Sure, so if you're using the firearm, over time, the metal in the firing pins, depending on how it was made, can become very brittle. And sometimes they can fracture, sometimes they can break. Sometimes the whole tip of the firing pin will fall off, making the firearm inoperable. So depending on how much wear and tear, it can certainly cause additional individual characteristics to appear.
Is there a level of maintenance that you have to do on a firearm?
Yes.
What would that be?
So depending on the different manufacturer, they're going to recommend a few different oiling points. But cleaning and oiling a firearm after every time it's fired is recommended by every manufacturer. And so the minimum that they recommend to do is to field strip the firearm, which means to take off the slide and the barrel, and then grease the rails that the slide sits on so that it can travel smoothly, and then also to grease the ramps that feed the cartridge into the chamber, which is part of the barrels themselves. So there are greasing points within the firearm that every manufacturer is going to recommend. They also recommend to clean the firearm, and specifically the barrel of the firearm, after each time it's fired, because every time you discharge a firearm, there's powder, there's primer residues, and there's lead from the actual discharge that can accumulate inside of that muzzle or inside of the barrel of the firearm itself. So if you don't clean that out, what can happen over time is that that buildup inside of the firearm will actually fill in the recessed areas of the barrel, and so it loses its rifling, or the rifling becomes so shallow that the accuracy of the firearm can be impacted as well.
You also mentioned is something you can look for are breech face marks. And so again, it's clear, are breech face marks ever on the projectile or bullet that goes at the front of the gun?
No, so breech face marks are only found on fire cartridge cases.
And may I approach to use your demonstrative and put on the screen so we can do it that way? Sure. Yep. And so the screen in front of you is a touch screen. So could you show on here so everybody can see which are the breech face marks?
So the breech face marks, so they extend from here, it's this entire area, and then you see some of those lines continue onto these, so that's what these scratches are, and then this area out here as well.
Okay, and what are the breech face markings caused by?
So that's actually caused by the area of the slide that the cartridge case is impacting against.
And is that an individual characteristic of the firearm or a class characteristic?
So with breech face marks, you have a combination of both. The class characteristic is the overall design. And what I mean by design is, in this case, you have lines that run parallel to each other. That parallel marking is a class characteristic. And it's characteristic of the tool that they use in order to cut that shape. In this case, it's a broach. So it's a cutting tool that they run down the face of the breech face, and it leaves these parallel lines. What's individual is the spacing between one and the other, as well as when one starts and finishes, and when and how they're oriented with each other. So those are the individual aspects of those marks. So you have a combination of both in breech face marks.
No. And so it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you're looking here, which is the firing pin impression?
So the firing pin impression is actually this mark right here. So it's in this particular case, it looks like a circular mark. What would be more characteristic is if this was more oblong, kind of like that. That would be characteristic of a Glock. But in this particular case, it's this circular or hemispherical shape in the middle of the primer.
And then the kind of little underneath, the little
Yeah,
hole
so
almost looking.
this little divot here is firing pin drag. So in short recoil operated firearms, which essentially just means that the firearm itself is operating using the force of the recoil. There is a locking mechanism, and different manufacturers have different locking mechanisms, but in this particular case, it's basically a cam. So before the firearm will travel, or the slide of the firearm will travel rearward, it has to cam down. When it cams down, it leaves this impression of scratches, which is from the movement of the firing pin itself, dropping down and hitting the primer during that unlocking process.
Okay. And you also mentioned extractor marks. Is that demonstrated on this area here?
Yes, so the extractor marks are here, and more often than not, they're not found really in this area. They just, in the manufacturer of this particular model, placed them here so that we can show them more visibly. But typically the extractors are going to be located on the side of the rim and underneath the rim. So this is more typical of the area for an extractor mark that we'd be looking for. The design of it in the firearm is essentially a hook. So it's made to catch that lip of the cartridge and then pull it out of the chamber. So usually they're not observed in the face of the, on the head stamp of the cartridge. They're usually observed under the rim.
So, and then you also mentioned ejector marks.
Yeah, that's this little triangular shape there. And that can vary. They're not all triangular in shape. They can be circular in shape. They can be a half moon. They can be like a semicolon. So there's different shapes that manufacturers will impart on their ejectors. The overall shape is a class characteristic. The presence or absence can be a class characteristic as well, because some firearms don't have an ejector. Some of them use the firing pin as an ejector. But there are individual marks that can be observed microscopically within the overall shape.
Speaking of microscopically, how are you looking at a projectile when it's submitted to you for analysis?
So we use a forensic comparison microscope, and all that really is two microscopes that are mounted together so that I can use one setup or one eyepiece to see both images. And that allows me to overlap the images and try to make them one. Right? So if I'm looking at two different images or two different patterns, and I'm trying to see whether or not they're similar or dissimilar, if I can overlap them and then move the images back and forth, I can see if there is any agreement or not in those images. And so that's essentially how a forensic comparison microscope works.
I'm going to now show you what's been marked as states double X for identification purposes only. Do you recognize this USB?
Yes,
And did you have the opportunity to review the contents of it before you came into court today?
I did.
Did you recognize the 3 photos on that USB?
Yes.
Did they fairly and accurately depict some of the examinations you did in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move states XX in and publish to the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States XX will be marked states 48.
So without going into the actual evidence in this case right now, can you show the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by the split screen looking at two things at the same time?
Right, so if you look at the image that's here, it's basically an image that I captured on a comparison microscope. And you can see the descriptors on the top portion of the image. So that's the date, the microscope I actually used, and the magnification. So this is at 22 times normal magnification. And the difference that you observe is this line here. So that line is referred to as a hairline. You can adjust the width of that hairline, so you can make it thicker, you can make it narrower. And the whole purpose of that line is so that you can split both images. By splitting both images, what it's doing is it's letting me actually see at this center point if there's any kind of continuity of the marks. And you can see in the image that you have continuity of the marks, essentially starting here and ending right around there. And that's what we're looking for, is for these marks to be continuous. And when we take a photograph, obviously it's a 2D or two-dimensional representation of what we're seeing, captured at that moment in time. So what I can't capture is looking at this and then rotating to the next line impression, and looking for agreement in that line impression, and then rotating to the next line impression, looking for agreement in that line impression. And so that repetitive agreement in the line impressions is what can allow an examiner to make a conclusion of identification or exclusion.
Okay, so you talked a little bit about rotating them. How do you go about lining them up to begin with?
Yeah, so the typical orientation that you're going to use is for a right-hand twist projectile. You orient it with the nose of the projectile facing right, so you can illuminate. All of the lights on comparison microscopes come from the rear. And so we try to use oblique lighting, which is lighting that's almost perpendicular to the surface, so that we can get the best representation of what we're looking at. So because what we're looking at is essentially raised and lowered areas, if I were to light it from directly above, you'd have a really hard time seeing any of the lines that are there. So I need to create a shadow, if you will, from behind the projectile so that I can actually observe the scratches that are on the surface of the projectile. And you have to use kind of standardized orientation, because if I were to take this projectile and line it up this way, then the shadows that I'm observing won't be the same. They'll be opposed, so they'll be opposites. So the actual spacing between the lines on one side and the other would be off. Even though they're the same projectile, I can look at it the same if I orient it correctly. When I change the orientation, then I can make them appear as if they're not the same.
Okay, so Mr. Bell, I want to follow up as well on that. How do you keep and maintain the evidence that's submitted to you separate and distinct from one another?
So when the evidence is submitted, my initial, or the initial parts of the examination really don't involve any comparison. It's really just a matter of describing the evidence that I'm receiving, which includes describing some of those class characteristics on fire casings, because manufacturers do impart that information on casings. So whether they're 40 or whether they're 9mm, whatever the caliber might be, is typically imparted right on the body of the cartridge case. And so you can read that information. And so whatever the manufacturer is and the caliber are listed as part of the descriptor of that item. And then the items each, as I'm describing them, are assigned an individual and unique exhibit number by our information management system.
Okay. You just talked about caliber. I don't think we've defined that yet for our ladies and gentlemen of the jury. What is the caliber of a cartridge?
So for firearms examiners, caliber has two different definitions. The primary definition of caliber is actually referring to the diameter of the base of a bullet. And so that's where the actual word caliber comes from, is really just a measurement of the diameter of the base. However, that has to correspond to the cartridge case, because the diameter of this base has to be able to fit into the mouth of the cartridge case. So when they do translate that, the manufacturers will stamp a caliber on the head stamp area of the cartridge. And so the caliber for the cartridge means that the specific designation that the manufacturer put on it, which will hold the caliber of projectile. So it's a designation that the manufacturer gives the live cartridge as far as the caliber is concerned.
And how does a caliber translate over to a firearm?
So firearms are typically designed to fire a particular caliber. Some firearms have interchangeability. So I think the most common interchangeability is that a 38 special cartridge can be shot in a 357 Magnum caliber firearm. We also have several different ones in rifles and whatnot. But if this cartridge is a 9mm and you have a 40 Smith & Wesson caliber firearm, then this cartridge was not designed to be fired in that firearm, and vice versa. That firearm was not designed to fire a 9mm. So firearms are designed to fire a particular caliber, kind of regardless as to the interchangeability of calibers. They're designed by the manufacturer to fire a particular caliber.
With regards to, you said the 357 and the 38 special can kind of be used both ways. Is there characteristics and things that you would give them to tell if the wrong size caliber projectile was put through the wrong size, a different size caliber firearm?
Depending on the actual calibers involved, yes. So like a 357 and a 38, the reason they're interchangeable is because the bullet itself and the cartridge case itself are actually very, very similar. And the way that those firearms are manufactured, they're rimmed firearms, and so they don't chamber based on the cartridge itself, they chamber based on the rim. And so as long as you have a rim that's the same size, you can load a rim that's the same size and a projectile that's the same size. You can load anything into that firearm and it will shoot. When it comes to semi-automatic firearms, so that's really, that caliber is mainly a revolver caliber.
Okay.
When it comes to semi-automatic firearms, the function is much more complex than a revolver in design. And so most semi-automatic firearms will chamber based on the front of the cartridge. So this little space that's between the projectile itself and the cartridge is where the firearm will catch the cartridge and not let it keep going into the barrel itself. And so if there's any difference, so if this cartridge is too narrow for the firearm, it can slip through and fall right out of the barrel. If it's wide enough that it can catch that lip and not fall in, but not wide enough so that the whole chamber is supporting the cartridge itself, when it fires, what will happen is the body of the cartridge will actually expand to fill any space that was remaining inside that chamber. So when we get that cartridge into the laboratory, it won't be a smoothly, a kind of rounded cartridge. It'll have an oblong side to it. And that's indicative that it was fired in what we call subcaliber. So it's a smaller caliber firearm than a larger caliber firearm. And the same thing happens to projectile, because if the projectile is not snugly fit into the barrel, it'll dance moving down the barrel itself. And so these rifling impressions that are fairly consistent throughout the length of the projectile won't be consistent at all. You'll have those skipping marks, and the rotation of it will also be inconsistent with the rifling, so you can have rifling patterns that overlap. And those characteristics would indicate that it was fired in a smaller caliber, again, a smaller caliber projectile in a larger caliber firearm. The reverse really can't happen, right? So if you have a larger caliber cartridge, let's say a 45, you can't shoot a 45 in a 40, you can't shoot a 40 in a 9, because they don't fit at all into the firearm. So it has to be a smaller cartridge into a larger caliber firearm.
Okay. So in terms of you have a projectile and you have a casing. Can you ever marry those two together?
So there are rare chances where that can happen. Typically it's from firearms that don't mark very well. So what ends up happening is that when the projectile exits the cartridge, it'll actually pick up marks from the inside of the cartridge itself. And so there are times where you can marry the marks from the inside of this cartridge to a projectile. However, it's very rare, because once the projectile travels through the barrel, it picks up marks from the barrel. So the marks that were left on it by the cartridge case are essentially erased by the barrel itself. So it's very difficult and very rare that we're able to actually examine projectiles and compare them to a cartridge case. The more common occurrence is that you have a firearm submitted, which I can then use to produce known test fires and shoot one live cartridge, which will give me a projectile and a cartridge, and then I can compare them, those pieces of evidence or pieces of known evidence, to my unknowns and say they were fired in the same firearm at that point. But in the absence of a firearm, that's not an examination that can typically be done.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what is NIBIN.
Mm-hmm.
What does that stand for?
So NIBIN is a National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. Essentially what it is, it's a computer database that examiners can use to capture images of spent cartridge cases. So essentially we're just capturing this image there and uploading that to the database. The database then will run an algorithm on the shadows observed. So that's a printout of what the images are that are acquired. And it'll run an algorithm based on the shadows observed, so the lights and the dark areas on the images. And it essentially sends back a list of cartridge cases that are ranked the highest as having possibly been fired in the same firearm. That doesn't mean they were, right? So every time we run a search in NIBIN, we get results back. Whether or not they were actually fired in the same firearm is up to the examiners to determine. So there is a correlation score that it gives, which is a number that's based on these algorithms of agreement. Now, that score is really just based on the search that it's running. So the score is not one of those types of scores where, oh, if it's a 9, I know for sure that it was fired in the same firearm, or if it's a 4, I know it wasn't. There's really not that kind of cutoff because it's based on the results of the list. So we have to look at the results every time we do a search in NIBIN. And we're looking for those same characteristics. So we're trying to do the same exact thing we do on the microscope. We try to do it using NIBIN to determine whether or not those images have enough agreement to say that they were fired in the same firearm. And then if they were, then we would report out a lead. And a lead essentially is just investigative information for detectives to say, hey, look, these cases are potentially associated. If you're going to do any further investigation, please let us know. We'll compare the fired evidence in the case on the microscope and confirm whether or not this association was a valid association.
Would you ever testify to a NIBIN match?
So typically that's not something that we testify to. Anything we're testifying to is something that we have physically compared on the microscope.
Why is it important to physically compare them on the microscope right there in front of you?
So the main reason we would do that is to actually have the evidence in front of us. The NIBIN computer database is based on images that were acquired by people, and all of us are flawed people, and we all make mistakes. And in order to curtail those mistakes, we have these safety checks in place. NIBIN doesn't have those safety checks, and so an outside agency may have acquired this image saying it was involved in this particular case, but then when I ask for the evidence back, it's a different image. So that kind of examiner error doesn't usually have a way to be caught, or can have a way to kind of get slipped through the systems, depending on the laboratory. And so per our own operating procedures and most laboratories' procedures, we cannot testify to somebody else's work. Right? So I cannot say who put in this other information, that the information they put in is accurate. And so in order to say, well, I know what the information is, I need to have the physical evidence in front of me so that I can see the images and I can actually see the evidence under the microscope and know for a fact this exhibit came from this cartridge case, it has chain of custody, and I can verify that they are or were not fired in the same firearm.
In terms of the projectiles, are they ever put into NIBIN?
So most laboratories don't have a system to capture projectiles into the database. There are a handful of laboratories that do. Really, the ATF is the one that kind of has guidance and maintenance over NIBIN. And so what they recommend laboratories to use is the brass tracks, or the portion of the database that will capture images of casings. Their primary reason for that is that even casings, so every time I want to take a picture of these cartridge cases, it takes about 12 minutes. So that means that for every casing that I'm putting in, I'm using 12 minutes of time. If I were to catch the projectiles, even if it's a perfect projectile, or something like this, where it's an exemplar, it's going to take me about 12 minutes per lane impression. So it might take me 45 minutes or an hour to capture one projectile. And so what they found was that even though it's a tool that's out there, the cost of the tool and the time to use that tool isn't worth the difference that you're going to get from capturing casings. Because most cases have casings that are left at a crime scene and projectiles. So the case where you have just projectiles from the scene, it's not very common.
Okay, so going on to the projectiles, talking about those, do they have a specific composition or things that they're made of?
So different manufacturers for cartridge cases and for live ammunition will use different projectiles. So projectiles can be made for different functions, and they can be made out of different materials. So the most common material, and the reason that this model is copper colored, is because most jacketing is copper. So that's the most common material that you're going to find as far as bullet jackets. They can be designed just like this, where it's a full metal jacket. Typically, in a full metal jacket, it's a rounded or flat nose, and the base of the projectile itself is left open. And so this area here is where the lead of the projectile is actually found. There are manufacturers that make what they call a total metal jacket. A total metal jacket means that the entire lead core is encased in a copper jacket. There are also steel jackets, and so the jacket itself might have a copper color, but it's steel, not copper. Steel is magnetic, copper is not. That's how you would distinguish those two. There are manufacturers that use nickel jackets, and now they're kind of coming out with, kind of you name it. There are manufacturers that have jackets that are solely made out of copper. There are manufacturers who have kind of projectiles that are very, very weird, not necessarily your standard kind of projectile. So it's one of those things where they can design them to do a lot of different things, the projectiles. And so that, depending on its function and its intended design, you might have different designs of the projectile itself.
So you indicate it's a jacket. What about the interior, you said the lead core? Is that standard throughout the industry?
The lead core is fairly standard. The only time you're not going to have a lead core is if it is a lead-free ammunition. There was a big push years ago to try to make hunting rounds lead-free. And so that ammunition, if you can still find it, is lead-free in the sense that the copper is still there, but the inside is made of other materials. It might be zinc, it might be different, heavy metals that can give a weight similar to lead, but not be lead.
Okay.
Excuse me, Council, it's a good time to take a break. I'm being told we need a restroom break.
Yes, sir.
All right? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, insert no research, just leave your notepads on your chairs, and we'll be back with you shortly. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let the record reflect that you jury stepped out. Counsel may along with the defendant. Does he need a restroom break, Mr. Dennis? Yes. You arrange a restroom break for Mr. Dennis? Anything to discuss, counsel? No. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
I was concerned it would spill here, so I put it there.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as ladies and gentlemen, the jury, our witness, Mr. George Dollar, remains on the stand. I think when we broke, you're still on your direct examination. Ms. Bradley, you want to continue?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Bella, we had talked about the casings, the projectiles, the composition of the projectiles. I believe we skipped over the composition of the casings. Are there different metals used in the casings?
Yes, so casings can be made of several different metals. Typically, it's going to be made of brass. That's the most common. Although nowadays you can find them in nickel. You can also find them in steel. And they have made them in copper, although they don't make them in copper anymore, but they have made them in copper in the past. So the composition of the cartridge case themselves can vary. That's why shotgun shells are typically made in plastic. So depending on the ammunition that you're looking at, it can be a variety of different materials.
Okay. Is there identifying marks on the head stamp of every cartridge casing?
Yeah, so depending on the manufacturer, they do have different head stamps that they use. Most of the manufacturers, especially American manufacturers, will use their name in some sort of or another. Some of them might be abbreviated, so Winchester a lot of times will use the abbreviation WIN. Remington Peters uses RP, and sometimes they'll just write out Remington. So depending on the ammunition and how much space there is, they'll use some kind of manufacturing mark indicating the manufacturer and the caliber. So usually you'll see something on there that'll say 40 Smith & Wesson or 9mm, 380 auto, depending on what the caliber is. Actually, I think in the screen you can actually see it. In this case, you can see, I don't know if you can make it out on the screen, but right here is the manufacturer. So it says Blazer, and then 40 Smith & Wesson is the caliber.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Smith & Wesson's a gun manufacturer.
They are, yes.
So what's a 40 Smith & Wesson?
So 40 Smith & Wesson is a caliber that was really just designed years and years and years ago by Smith & Wesson, so they called it 40 Smith & Wesson. It's like there's a caliber, it's called a 45 Glock auto pistol, just because Glock designed it. So that's the name of the caliber, not the manufacturer. So there are calibers that are named after manufacturers, but in this particular case, the 40 Smith & Wesson is the caliber. The manufacturer of the cartridge is Blazer.
So with regards to if it says 40 Smith & Wesson, does that mean it has to be fired through a Smith & Wesson firearm?
No, that's the caliber. So there are many manufacturers that make firearms in the 40 Smith & Wesson caliber. Many manufacturers. It's probably the third most popular caliber manufactured today as far as pistols are concerned. So there are a large number of manufacturers that make firearms in 40 Smith & Wesson.
With regards to the last part of it you talked about was the primer. Is the primer standard throughout the industry?
No, so there are different manufacturers will make different primers. The typical primer, again, is kind of in that color, so it's a nickel color. That's your usual primer, but there are probably nowadays just as many manufacturers that use brass for their primer. Those are really the two most common compositions. The inside, so the actual combustible inside, is fairly standard, although they're going to have their own kind of spin on the combustible and the formula they use. They still use the same components.
And so the last part of the cartridge, or the live cartridge you described as the gunpowder, is that the standard throughout the industry?
So the gunpowder actually varies significantly throughout the industry, depending on the manufacturer, depending on the load that's being used, depending on the intended purpose of it, if they want it to be hypersonic or subsonic. So there are a lot of variations in gunpowder from the shape. So the shape of the gunpowder can be very varied. It can be ball shaped, it can be tubular, it can be flattened balls, it can be disc, perforated disc, and a bunch of other types of shapes. So that the shapes of the powder itself can vary significantly. The finishes that they put on there are usually some type of graphite finish, which is going to protect it from self-combusting. So that's pretty standard. The composition of the powder itself is fairly standard nowadays. But the amount of powder in each cartridge can vary significantly also. So the design so the shape of the powder and the amount of the powder in each of the cartridges are probably the biggest variable when it comes to gunpowder itself.
So you said and used the word load.
Mhm.
What does that mean in your world?
Yeah, so the load of the cartridge is referring to how much powder or propellant is being used inside of the cartridge. A common example that we'll see today is that, or nowadays, not necessarily today, but 223 Remington versus a 556 NATO cartridge. The cartridge case itself is identical. If I were to stack two of them side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Inside, there's a difference in the amount of powder, and that's the sole difference between one and the other. So there are manufacturers that will sell subsonic ammunition. Typically, the only difference between a 40 Smith & Wesson or a 9mm supersonic versus subsonic is the amount of powder inside. So they're putting enough powder inside of the projectile for it to travel fast enough to reach a target and have accuracy, but a small enough amount that, if suppressed, leaves subsonic sound. So it doesn't make as loud a sound or perceptible sound to a person.
Okay. The projectile itself, does it have a specific mass or weight?
They can vary, so they have typically a specific range of weights. So different manufacturers, again, will have different weights that they load each one of their cartridges with, depending on design, depending on its intended feature. For example, 9mm has some standard weights ranging from 115 grains up to about 147 grains. Grains is also kind of one of those measurements. It's very specific to firearms. And it is a measurement that is specific to firearms. It's not something that you're going to see usually in a supermarket or anything like that. So grains are specific measurements for firearms. They're convertible, so you can convert it to grams if you would. But the typical terminology in which you would find on a manufacturer's box is the term grain.
Does, for example, Blazer make different grain weights in 40 Smith & Wesson caliber ammunition?
They do. So most manufacturers, whether it's Blazer or any other manufacturer, will have a range of bullet weights they use. Again, depending on their intended purpose. Is it a subsonic ammunition? Is it a supersonic ammunition? Is it meant for self-defense? Is it meant for just target shooting? So they have different intended purposes behind their ammunition.
Okay. So you had mentioned earlier that when the trigger is pulled, other things come out other than just the bullet.
Yes, that's correct.
What was that?
So when a firearm discharges, that powder that's burning inside of the cartridge will continue to travel downward through the barrel and exits the barrel. So if you have a slow motion picture or a slow motion video of the discharge of a projectile, you'll see that the projectile exits the barrel first, and then immediately, as soon as the back of the projectile clears the muzzle of the barrel, there's a plume of smoke and fire that comes out behind it. That smoke and fire is the burning powder, the expanding powder, as well as any particulate lead that might be coming out. So in full metal jacketed projectiles where the base is exposed, that lead heats up and can melt and follow the bullet itself. Some of it may also stay in the barrel. If it stays in the barrel, that can get pushed out with the next projectile. And so the items that exit typically is the projectile, followed by particulate lead, followed by burnt and unburned gunpowder, followed by primer residues. So you have a combination of all of the stuff that comes out of the barrel, and each one of them can travel a different distance depending on the weight or the mass of the objects in question, the furthest of which being the projectile, It's the heaviest object that's coming out of the barrel, and it's intended to travel a significant distance.
Okay, hold on, just you said based
Yeah.
on the weight of the mass.
Yes.
We're getting into a little bit of physics, so I want
Sure.
to make sure we break it down so it's easy to understand. You're taught the projectile travels the farthest.
Mhm.
You said because it weighs the most.
Yes.
How does that relate to the energy that's transferred to it?
Right, so the majority of the energy in a discharge of a firearm is designed to be impelled or impacted into a projectile. Right, so most of the force of that firearm, or of the firing of the firearm, is being pushed onto this. A portion of it is going to be put on the casing, traveling rearward and ejecting, and then a portion of the remaining energy is going to be used in combustion and expansion of the gases during firing. So those particles that are still being propelled by the combustion and the expansion of gases, like the powder, the burning and unburnt powder, like the particulate lead, will still travel outside of the barrel, but they won't go nearly as far as the projectile for a variety of reasons. The mass and force being applied to the projectile being the main factor, but you also have factors like the wind, like rain, like any penetrating surface or any intervening surface. So there's a lot of variables that will go into how far the powder and the primer residues and particulate lead will travel.
The primer residue, the particulate lead, the unburnt and burnt gunpowder, does it only come out of the muzzle?
So the powder itself and the particulate lead will only come out of the muzzle because that's coming out of the front end of the cartridge. The primer residues don't. So the primer residues can exit the rear of a chamber and the rear of the firearm as well. So you can find primer residues or GSR, gunshot residues, coming out of the rear as well as the front of a firearm.
Okay, and is the rear, is that the breech face? That's that area of the firearm you're talking about?
Correct, yes.
So is there a range for how long a bullet will travel?
So a bullet can travel various ranges depending on the caliber that you're talking about. So, and there's other variables or other ways to look at it, I guess. In the firearm realm, they look at lethal range as being one thing versus how far it can actually travel. It's two separate questions because a projectile might be able to travel a mile, but at that point it has so little velocity that it really wouldn't do any damage to a person. And so different manufacturers will state lethal ranges and then maximum distances for their projectiles. For most pistol ammunition can travel a significant distance, but their maximum usable ranges typically is somewhere between 50 and 100 yards, and it'd be questionable if you can even hit a target at 100 yards with a pistol at using iron sights and whatnot. So
Okay,
there's a lot of
length of a muzzle or barrel factor into that?
Yes, so the length of a barrel will change how far a projectile will travel and how fast that projectile comes out of the barrel. The reason behind that is that the powder that's inside of a cartridge will continue to burn and expand as it travels through the firearm itself. What that basically means is that as the projectile is traveling down the barrel, if the barrel is 2 inches long, that gas or the burning only had 2 inches to complete its burn. So typically in a 2-inch barrel, it does not complete or does not completely burn. So a lot of the powder will exit the barrel burning in the air after it's exited the barrel. If it's burning in the air, it's not pushing the projectile anymore. So if you have something like a 12-inch barrel, now you have a significantly longer distance to continue to burn that powder and continue expanding and pushing that projectile. So the length of barrel is a significant factor when determining the speed, the trajectory, as well as for muzzle to target distance determination.
Okay, on that, when you talk about muzzle to target distance determinations, what are you looking at?
As far as...
Are you looking at the way a projectile impacts an object?
We can certainly, yes, that's part of the analysis.
Why would that be important?
So when you're talking about how a projectile is going to impact an object, it can give you different clues. So if a projectile left a clean hole entering a shirt, let's say. It gives me one clue in that it wasn't, the muzzle of the barrel was not pressed directly upon the object. When the muzzle of a barrel is pressed directly upon an object, what ends up happening is all those gases that we talked about that come out of the barrel will enter whatever that object is. So if it enters a shirt, they have to escape somewhere. And so what ends up happening is that shirt will end up being ripped, there'll be a lot of burning, so there won't be a clean-cut circular hole. The other thing that it can give is if you have a hole that's not necessarily clean-cut, but there's no signs of tearing or burning around the hole, possibly there was an intervening object. So if a bullet travels through glass, let's say, the glass will impact how the spin of the projectile, or how the projectile is able to spin. And so what can happen is that the projectile starts to tumble in the air, and you can get what they call a keyhole shaped hole. So as opposed to the projectile entering in this direction, it can enter in this direction, it can enter in that direction, it can enter in this direction. And so that lets you know that the projectile possibly traveled through another object before hitting that final target. And so there's a lot of, I guess, descriptors that can be applied depending on the shape of the hole, depending on how much burning is seen, if there is burning, if there is no burning, if there's soot or vaporous lead that we can see usually see in the form of smoke around the hole, if you can visibly see powder versus a complete absence of any powder. So those are some of the different visual examinations we would do on a particular bullet hole to determine whether or not we can do a distance determination, or if really we're looking for a maximum distance as opposed to a range. So a maximum distance is basically the distance that a firearm would have to be discharged at to not leave any residues on a particular target.
Okay, so let's go back on that. You said residues. When you're talking about residues, what are the different types of residues that could be left on a target?
So the main types of residues that we're examining for when we're doing a muzzle to target distance determination is, well, there's a few. The main one is lead and nitrites. Lead being a residue that comes from the projectile and comes from the primer residues. So that's main sources of that lead. And then the nitrites are from the burning gunpowder. So gunpowder itself has nitrate as part of it. During the burning process, it converts to nitrites. And so those nitrites are fairly unique in that there's not really a whole lot of false positives for nitrites apart from gunpowder, or burnt gunpowder. So those are the primary residues that we look at. If we suspect that a firearm that was used or the ammunition that was used was a clean type of projectile so that it doesn't have any lead in it, then we can test for copper and the presence of copper. But that's not the typical exam. That's usually done on special requests.
So you mentioned smoke and soot.
Yes.
Are those two different things?
Yeah, so soot, when we're talking about soot, is typically the particles or the residue that adheres to the projectile itself, and when it enters through an object, that soot is wiped off, forming a ring around wherever it came in. And then the smoke is essentially exactly that, is the appearance of a cloud around the bullet hole. So it's the smoke that's from the discharge, and those are, again, lead particles and lead, vaporous lead that comes from the discharge of that primer.
What happens to the unburnt particles of gunpowder?
So unburnt powder is not reactive with the test itself. It can be visual, so you can see it. And depending on the distance, it can still adhere to an article of clothing, it can adhere to skin. So depending on the distance from a target, you can see burnt and unburnt gunpowder being applied and stuck onto clothing. If it's a shot on skin, then you can see it essentially what they call tattooed onto skin. And that's basically the velocity and burning of the powder entering the subcutaneous levels of skin. So it basically gets captured, and so you can still see the particles visually upon the skin.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about that. Does the unburnt gunpowder travel in a predictable pattern?
Yes, so all of the particles that actually come out of the barrel will follow a predictable pattern. The projectile obviously traveling first and furthest outside of the muzzle. The following cloud of vaporous lead, particulate lead, and burnt and unburned gunpowder will travel in a conical shape. So if you could think of the items or the powder exiting the barrel, it's going to travel at its tightest distance from the hole at the muzzle and start to expand slowly. So as it hits a target, we should see a circular impression on that target, as long as it was close enough to actually leave a pattern of powder on the target. Once it gets far enough away, usually somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 5 feet, then it ceases to leave any powder because it's all fallen out of, basically lost all of its velocity and dropped out of the air. So it has to be close enough that it can impact an object with sufficient force that it gets stuck on that object.
Okay, so you said that cloud travels a maximum of 3 to 5 feet.
Yes.
Can you make a determination without a firearm as to the distance a cloud would travel based on a casing?
No. So the reason that we don't do any examination like that is because there are many variables that come into play. So like I mentioned earlier, the barrel length, that's one significant variable. If the barrel length is 2 inches versus 6 inches versus 7 inches versus being a submachine gun that might have a 12-inch barrel or a 13-inch barrel, all of that will play a significant role in how much powder comes out of the barrel and how far that will reproduce. And so when we reproduce these patterns, the way that these muzzle to target distance determinations are actually done is the first step is to visually examine the unknown, right? So the question impressions. We don't know how far that is. So we'll process it, make sure that there are gunpowder particles present and that there is a pattern present. Once we've determined that part of it, then we have to reproduce it with the knowns. Those knowns are known ammunition. So in this particular case, it's a 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer. I would use 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer. So I'm not going to use a Federal cartridge case. I'm not going to use a Hornady cartridge case. I'm going to use the same manufacturer that was used in the evidence that was submitted.
Why is it important to use the same manufacturer?
Because if I'm using the same manufacturer, I'm reducing the number of variables that could potentially be in place. So the same manufacturer should be using the same type of powder, same shape of powder, and typically when we're going to do that, we will open we'll open the cartridge and ensure that the amount of powder and the type of powder is consistent with what we're seeing in the evidence. If it's not, then we're going to try to use something that is consistent. So that.
Would you try and minimize things such as lot numbers, date of manufacture, those types of variables as well?
If possible, yes.
Just so we're clear, are you conducting a science experiment?
Essentially, that's what we're doing, is we're trying to reduce the number of variables present so that we can give an estimated range of distance. And even then, even when we can account for, we know it's the right firearm, we know it's the right ammunition, we know the type of primer that was used, and oftentimes we'll be submitted a firearm that has ammunition left in it. And if there is ammunition left in it, then our typical examination is going to be to reproduce the patterns at interval distances, so 6 inches, 12 inches, 18 inches, and so forth. And then once we've shot that with, let's say in this case, 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer, whatever distance is closest in the evidence, I'll reproduce with evidence ammunition, so that it's the same ammunition that was found in the firearm at the time that it was impounded. And I'll use that as part of my conclusions as well. So normally when we're going to report that, it's going to be a range of distance. I'm not just saying this firearm was discharged at a distance of 12 inches.
Why not?
The reason we don't do that is we can't account for environmental factors. Can't account for how the clothing was handled. Was there an intervening object? So there's so many variables that you can't just give one distance. Even within ammunition manufacturers, Blazer can put a grain or two more of powder in one cartridge and a grain or two less in the next cartridge. And so there is variability even within the same manufacturer in the same lot number. So as much as they try to keep it to where there's a standard they have a tolerance, and that tolerance still allows for potential variability. So when we reproduce these tests, the way that we're typically reporting it is that a firearm, or the muzzle to distance, muzzle to target distance determination states that the muzzle of the firearm was no closer than 6 inches, no further than 18 inches. And the edges of that bracket essentially means that I've test fired everything in between and beyond, and I can tell you that the firearm could not have reproduced a pattern that was observed closer than 3 inches, and it could not have done it beyond 18 inches. Right, so I'm giving that range because maybe within that range there was some overlap. So if I shot it at 12 inches and I shot it at 14 inches, the patterns can be very, very similar. So not different enough that I can distinguish the patterns with a naked eye. So if that's the case, then I have to be able to include both of those distances.
So you said intervening objects a couple times. I don't know if we've properly defined that. What would be an intervening object in firearms and distance determination?
So depending on the object that's being examined, an intervening object can be anything like a car door, the front door to a house. If a person was wearing several layers of clothing and the person was flat shot, the external object is an intervening object to everything beneath that. So basically the first object that the projectile hits is the object that has the potential to have powder on it. Anything thereafter will not have any powder on it. So if somebody was shot and they were wearing a baseball cap, the baseball cap is going to contain the vast majority of those powder particles. Some of them may make it through the cap, and some of them may be present on the person themselves, but the vast majority is going to be on the baseball cap.
What about human hair?
Sure, so if somebody shot in the head and you have human hair, that hair is going to capture most of the powder particles.
Yeah, you mentioned a pattern of in the powder pursuing and the unburnt gunpowder. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you say a pattern, what do you mean?
So when the powder, sorry.
Would it help if you could draw on the screen?
Sure.
Okay,
I
I
can.
can change the... You should be able to draw
Okay.
that.
So the powder, I'll draw a couple of different things. I'm not an artist, so please excuse anything that seems very rudimentary. So if we're talking about this as being the muzzle of the firearm, the powder is going to exit in a pattern that looks like this, right? So when it hits an object that's flat and perpendicular to the firearm, the pattern that's observed is going to look something, I don't know if you can actually see the dots that I'm drawing.
Let's see if we can change your options for drawing tools. Try that one, see if that works better.
Okay, well, we can work with that. So if each one of those bigger dots is a flake of gunpowder, then the travel of the powder itself opening in this conical area like that is going to impact this perpendicular area and leave a circular impression or circular pattern of these dots, of these different particles. So when we're talking about reproducing a pattern, the pattern that we're looking for is the density of the powder and how far that distribution goes. So the further away from a target, the bigger that pattern is going to be and the less dense it's going to be. The closer, then the tighter the pattern is going to be and the more dense it's going to be. And there are particles that don't travel very far. So if the pattern is far enough, let's say something like 18 inches, you're not going to see vaporous lead. So that lead cloud, the smoke that's observed at close distances, is no longer present after a certain distance. But you can still get a circular pattern of burnt and unburnt gunpowder.
So you said vaporous lead falls out at 18 inches. Is that based on training, experience?
Yeah, it's a combination of training experience. There's articles that have been done on it and have been published into the GSR training handbook by the FBI. And so it can even be closer than that. Again, that's part of those variables that we have to account for. So was there vaporous lead present? Was there not vaporous lead present? So my testing has to be able to reproduce whatever I'm observing in the unknown. And then I have to include whatever I'm observing in my bracket.
Okay. So when you're talking about then, you said a parallel surface,
Mhm.
do you have to take into account curvature of the surfaces, anything like that?
Sure, you have to take into account also the size of the surface. So if this surface, instead of being this size, is only this size, it's going to capture whatever's landing on it at that time. So what that means is that if my area is only this big, then all of the powder north and south of it aren't hitting anything. So that powder keeps on traveling and doesn't hit anything. It only hits whatever is present there. So all of that does play a factor in your distance determination and how you can reproduce it. And which is part of the challenge of distance determinations is we have to try to reproduce whatever we're seeing. That's the only way we're going to be able to know what that distance is if we can actually physically reproduce it.
Okay. If you have a 4-inch barrel versus a 7 or a 10-inch barrel, how does that change the shape of the cloud or the cone as it travels?
Well, it can change a few different things. So the cloud itself is going to come out of the barrel at a higher velocity the longer the barrel is. It's also coming out with less powder because a lot of that powder has been consumed inside of the barrel. And so two things are going to change there in that the width of this cone becomes narrower further out. And so if you don't have the correct firearm, you're not actually reproducing that pattern.
Let me make sure I'm clear. The width
Sure.
becomes narrower farther out on a longer barrel.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So the shorter the barrel, the wider that the cone becomes at a shorter distance. And the higher the density of the particles that are going to be observed because there's more particles present. And the longer barrel, those particles have been consumed during that combustion, and so less particles and less materials actually exiting the barrel.
Okay, so Mr. Bello, if you, for whatever reason, don't have the firearm that was used in whatever distance determination you're trying to recreate, could you use a brand new, same make, same model, same caliber firearm to do this determination?
Well, in the absence of a firearm, I don't know what that firearm that was used. So I have no way of saying, okay, well, I'm going to use, let's say all the fire characteristics say it's a Glock. Well, which type of Glock? Is it a Glock 17? Is it a Glock 19? Is it a Glock 43? Is it a Glock 45? So all of those different models fire the same caliber, but they have differences in design. One of those key differences is barrel length. And so without knowing that it was in fact a particular Glock 17, I have no way of being able to reproduce that pattern because I can't account for those variables. I don't know what the make and model is of the firearm.
Is there any way you can account for any aftermarket alterations to a firearm?
Not without identifying the firearm first.
And could you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of aftermarket, post-manufacturer alterations are possible on a .40 caliber handgun?
So depending on the handgun itself, I mean, you can essentially get down to the point where you've created your own new firearm. You can replace firing pins, you can replace extractors, you can replace ejectors, you can replace the slide, you can replace barrels. You can replace almost every portion of that firearm and still have what they would technically call the same firearm based on the serial number. So the serial number is imparted on the frame, and so long as you have the same frame, you technically have the same firearm. And what I mean by that is if I were to have a Glock firearm, and its serial number is USA 123, and I call Glock and I say, hey, I have a Glock firearm, it's a USA 123, can you tell me what the make and model was? They'll tell me, it's a Glock, it's a Model 17. But I could have changed it to a 19. I could have put a different barrel length on it. I could have put an aftermarket barrel length, barrel, which is not polygonal, it's conventional. So I could have changed any number of variables. The manufacturer has no way of knowing that, right? So unless you have the physical firearm present to do your comparisons and say, yes, this projectile, this cartridge case were produced by the firearm in question, then I have no way of saying that's the firearm that was used.
Okay. Does the FBI set forth best practices and materials to use for doing a distance determination?
Yes, they do.
And what would they recommend?
So the FBI recommends that you only do this determination if you've been able to identify fired evidence from a crime scene to a firearm. And so you've been able to do test fires from the firearm and come to a conclusion saying that that firearm produced the evidence at the scene.
Okay.
So that's the first requirement.
So that's number one. What about the type of material you're going to be shooting into?
So the FBI recommends using cotton twill jean as a substrate. It's just a substrate that they have found as a happy medium, if you will. So it doesn't capture too much particle or it doesn't capture too little particle. It fairly represents a large number of surfaces.
Okay. Can you use like ballistics gel?
You could try to use ballistics gel. The problem with ballistics gel is you wouldn't be able to process it afterwards. It's also transparent in nature, and so seeing the powder itself is going to be very difficult. And so while you could use it, it's not something that the FBI recommends doing.
Could you use an animal skin to replicate human skin?
I've heard people using pig skin. I believe they say that's the most similar to human skin that you can get. So that's something that they have done. Again, you can't chemically process skin, but you can visually examine them and see the difference between the patterns in the pig skin and the human skin, as the tones tend to be very similar and the texture tends to be very similar.
Okay. What about plastic covering an Amazon box that's delivered to your house?
It probably wouldn't use that.
Why
So the different materials are going to have different rates of capture. So that powder can hold onto cloth one way, and as you can imagine, tape is a fairly slick surface, and cardboard is a hard surface, not the same thing as clothing, not the same thing as skin. Our skin is elastic, cardboard's not elastic. And so how powder would adhere to our skin or to our clothing is significantly different than how it would adhere to cardboard or Scotch tape or packing tape or anything like that.
Okay, so now the question, final on this one. Did you do a distance determination in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So the first thing is I didn't have a firearm, so I can't know which firearm I'm going to use in order to replicate any of my tests. So I can't make tests for this determination because I don't know what firearm was used.
Okay. Do you have a overall list of potential firearms that could have caused the ballistics evidence in this, or created the ballistics evidence in this case?
Yes, so I did use the projectiles and the visible characteristics from the cartridge case, and I ran the information through the general rifling characteristics database that the FBI initially made, and now it's being housed by the Association of Firearms Examiners. And it did come back with a list. It was a fairly lengthy list of firearms manufacturers, and so when the list contains that many, we don't typically report out a list of suspect weapons because it's just too many to report. We essentially just insert a report that if you need the list, let us know and we'll let you know how many firearms and which ones they are that could have fired this evidence. And that list is by no means exhaustive either. So there's really no way to know that that's all of the firearms that could have fired it, or was there a homemade firearm that fired it, or any other parts of like these kind of parts guns that they sell nowadays. There's really no way to rule any of those out. So this is just a list of major manufacturers that reported to the FBI their characteristics.
And so approximately how many firearms were listed out in this case?
I have to look at the
Can you
printouts.
refresh your recollection? Please feel free to do so. Select that when you've done so.
So as far as manufacturers that could have fired the projectiles in 40 Smith & Wesson, there's about 15 different major manufacturers. I also ran it again with, there was 2 submissions to me in the case.
Okay.
So there was an initial submission that contained 3 projectiles, and then there was an initial secondary submission which contained projectiles from the medical examiner's office. And based on the characteristics of the second submission, there was, I think, an even larger number. About 27 manufacturers that could have fired that set.
Okay. Can you just pick number 17 off that list and recreate a distance determination?
No, I can't do that for a variety of reasons. First and foremost being that these lists are telling me the manufacturers, right? It's not telling me the make and model. So give me the make. So it's saying, possibly Sig Sauer, possibly Sig Arms, but which one of their pistols in 40? It doesn't tell me that. And so the list can be very, very lengthy. It also won't tell me the barrel length of the particular firearm.
I'm going to ask you about a very specific firearm. Could you use a Taurus 91?
No.
Why not?
The Taurus 91 doesn't exist.
Should I be asking about horsepower on that?
You could, I guess, but there is no Taurus. So Taurus manufactures a line of firearms which they bought the patent from Beretta to manufacture. Beretta makes what they call Beretta 92, Beretta 92 FS, and so Taurus replicates that in their PT 92 and PT 99. So those are the 2 variants of that particular pistol. There really isn't, and the 9 designates the 9mm caliber. So the PT 92 and PT 99 are 9mm variants of that Beretta replicant that they have.
Okay, and that's actually the red gun in front of you is a PT92 replica?
Correct. So this is exactly what you would see if you saw a Beretta or a Taurus, whether it's a 92 or PT 92. They look the same. If I held it from over here and I had a Beretta or a Taurus, you wouldn't know the difference between one and the other.
Okay. And that was which caliber for the 92?
So the 92 is a 9mm firearm.
Okay. Is there a 40 caliber that may be closely named to that?
So Taurus does make a 40 caliber. They make it under the model name PT 100, PT 101.
In terms of the list of firearms that are potential, are some more common than others that you see in the lab?
Yes, certainly.
Would that help you in doing a distance determination?
No, again, because it doesn't tell me which one of their models was used and the barrel length of those models that was used.
Okay. So I want to go through now and talk about the individual items of evidence you reviewed in this case. Okay? So I'm going to start here with item that you've assigned as item 13.
Okay.
And this, I'm sure, has been previously entered into evidence as states 43.
Okay.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
So my initials on the paper bag and the date that I started the examination, as well as my initials and the date that I finished the examination on the seals.
Okay. If I may have that back so I can put it up on the screen so it's clear to everybody what we're talking about when we're talking about Exhibit 13. When you're talking about Exhibit 13, these white labels here on the back, did you place those on there?
Yes, I
Good.
did.
And if you'd be so kind as to, do you know how to hit erase on the screen?
Is there just erase everything?
Or clear?
There we go.
Thank you.
Yep.
So Exhibit 13 labeled G115. Where does the G115 come from?
So the G115 is the external identifier, so that's whatever the person who impounded the evidence itself labeled it.
Okay.
Typically, that's given to us in the form of a property receipt.
Is that
There you go.
the 115, the number that's there, is that
Yeah.
the same? So on Exhibit 13, there's also a case number under there. What is that case number?
So that should be the lab number that's assigned again by the lab. So that 1813127, that's the number that's generated by our information management system. Every case that comes to us has to have a unique identifier, and because we're a county lab, we service a lot of different municipalities. We can't guarantee that their numbers won't overlap, but as a lab, we still have to have unique identifiers. And so the system, regardless as to what their identifier is, which in this case was the one below that, at least according to our information management system, we have to have that unique identifier put in place by the laboratory. And so that in this case, it was 1813127.
And is that the same for all the disciplines the lab covers?
Yes, so it should be. There are cases where sometimes an exhibit might be submitted and either they thought it was affiliated with a different case or something like that, and they gave it a separate lab number.
Okay.
So you might have a separate unique lab number, but you can't have two cases under the same lab number.
Understood. So going to Exhibit 13, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do to analyze Exhibit 13?
So for pretty much any exhibit, the first step I'm going to do is to try to see that whatever I received in evidence is what I'm supposed to have. With fire cartridge cases and projectiles, it's a little bit more difficult just because, as you can see in this case, they're submitted in a brown paper bag or a sealed manila envelope. That's the typical kind of submission for casings and projectiles. So I'll try to feel the evidence and see, okay, this is a bag, it says it has 3 projectiles. Does it have what feels like 3 projectiles? Or does it have a magazine? Or does it have light ammunition? So if I can feel that difference, then I'll stop there and say, okay, whoever submitted this has to make some kind of correction because they're telling me they submitted 3 projectiles, but that's not what I have. In this case, that wasn't the case. It said I had 3 projectiles inside this package, and I had 3 projectiles. So then I opened the packaging, and I start to describe what I have in front of me. In this particular case, it was 3 fire projectiles, and so I described them as 3 fire projectiles. If there are cartridge cases, then I'll describe them as 1 fired 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer cartridge case. And that'll be the description for each of the cartridge cases, which is just the caliber, manufacturer, and whether or not it was fired or live.
Okay, so on item that your lab number assigned 13, that is the G115 identifier. Do you know where that came from?
I don't know where that came from.
Did you collect it?
No.
Do you ever go and collect projectile or casing evidence?
No, I don't.
Is that part of your job description?
No.
Do you go to any of the crime scenes?
On occasion, we can be called to come out to crime scenes if they're looking for some kind of possible explanation, but that would be a very, very rare case. More often than not, we stay at the lab and we just receive evidence that crime scene or a detective collected.
Okay, and where is the lab located?
It's on the first floor of this building.
So moving on to, again, item 13G115, what did you describe it as?
So item 13 was 1 fired projectile.
What analysis did you do on item 13?
So every projectile in every cartridge case is going to receive every projectile will receive a projectile worksheet or a bullet worksheet. On that worksheet, we capture information that is standard. And the basis for that worksheet is just to see, okay, am I looking at a 40 caliber projectile? Am I looking at a 38 caliber projectile? Am I looking at a 45 caliber projectile? The importance of that is that if I have different calibers, they couldn't have been shot in the same firearm. And so that will preclude me from moving on to the next step, of taking the evidence to the comparison microscope. If everything has the same characteristics, where it's a 40 caliber projectile, they have or could have 6 land impressions, they all twist to the right, then they all could have been fired from the same firearm at that point because all the class characteristics align. Then I would have to take them to the microscope to see if I can individualize them. So at that point, I'm looking for the individual characteristics to see whether they were fired in the same firearm or whether we have 2 separate firearms involved or 3 separate firearms involved. So until I do that final, I won't know how many firearms are actually involved.
So you do that for every item that's submitted projectile-wise initially?
Yes.
Okay, so we won't go through that on each one. Okay. Specifically on Exhibit 13, the G115, what caliber was that projectile?
It's a 40 caliber projectile.
When you say 40 caliber, does that translate to millimeters, inches, some other specialty?
So 40 caliber is actually in inches. It has a synonym in metric, so it has a 10 millimeter synonym. So 40 caliber is if I took the widest portion of the projectile itself, it would measure 0.4 inches from one side to the other. If I changed it to metric, it should measure about 10 millimeters from one side to the other.
Okay. How do you know the difference in tell between a 40 caliber and a 10 millimeter? They're equal.
So the projectile itself really can't tell me the difference. So when we list them as a 40 caliber as opposed to 40 Smith & Wesson. But 40 Smith & Wesson is also a much more popular cartridge. For every, I can't tell you the last time I saw a 10 millimeter auto in the lab. I think probably for every 5 years we might see 1 or 2 10 millimeter autos, whereas we'll see a 40 Smith & Wesson almost daily coming to the lab. So just the difference in popularity of the two is what's going to push it towards being a 40 Smith & Wesson versus a 10 millimeter.
So when you're looking at the projectile, how do you take into account any deformities from hitting intervening objects or the rifling on the barrel? How do you measure and still take those into account?
Sure. So when I'm looking at the worksheet, one of the portions of the worksheet we use to describe the physical evidence we have. That's especially true and important for projectiles. We can get projectiles that are relatively pristine, but that's not the norm. Most projectiles that we receive in evidence, whether they hit a person or they hit a car or they hit a tree, are deformed from hitting something. And so it's very important for us to describe what damage we're seeing on the projectiles for a variety of reasons. One of them being that if I can't measure the exact diameter of the base, I need to know why I couldn't measure the exact diameter of the base. So is it because the base is missing, or is it because it's just deformed, it's pancaked, it's flattened out, so I can't get an accurate measurement? And so that's one part of it. The other part of it is I do look for the class characteristics of the number of land impressions. If the damage is that half of the projectile is missing, and I have 2 land impressions, well, I don't know, did it have 6 land impressions total? Did it have 5 land impressions total? And I only have 2 left. And so at that point, if I'm missing that information, I can't determine whether or not the class characteristics really line up until I take it to the microscope and start measuring the width of the land impressions and determine that, okay, if the width of the land impressions are this, then it has to be 6 land impressions. Or if it's a larger land impression, then it has to be 5 land impressions. So all of those characteristics are notated in our notes page for those different reasons.
Can you look at shrapnel, or tiny, tiny pieces of a projectile and get those land and groove impressions?
Depending what's there, we could. So if, let's say, the jacket that's on here peeled off, and now instead of having 1 jacket, I end up having 5 or 6 fragments of a jacket. I can look at those fragments and see if there is a land impression present, or if there's a partial land impression present. That won't let me know the class characteristics of the firearm, but if there's enough information in that land impression that's present, I could make a comparison to other projectiles. So depending on how much is left of those fragments, I can. If the jacket came off of a core, right, so like the inside of this projectile that would have been lead, that core doesn't actually impact the firearm itself, right? It's covered by the jacket. So that core doesn't have any information that I can use to then make comparisons. So if it's just a lead core, there's nothing that I can do with that. Apart from maybe say it could have come from a 40 Smith & Wesson or it could have come from a 9mm. But that's about as far as I can go with that examination because there are no class characteristic or individual characteristics present on that from the firearm.
Okay. So staying on Exhibit 13, was there a number of lands and grooves on Exhibit 13?
Yes. So Exhibit 13 had 6 landing grooves.
Okay. Did it have a direction of twist you were able to document?
Yes, it was right-handed twist.
Okay. Did it have a bullet weight?
Yes, so the overall weight of that projectile was 179.4 grains.
179.4 grains. Okay. What is a cannelore?
So a cannelore is a mark that's put in by the manufacturers. It's served many purposes in the past. Nowadays, a lot of them are putting it in there just for aesthetics. So it's a ring that goes around the circumference of the projectile itself. And so before, cannelores were put in place for lubrication. That was their primary purpose, is they would line that indentation in the projectile with lubrication so that as the projectile traveled through the barrel, it simultaneously lubricated the barrel, or at least that was the thought. It turns out that they travel at such velocities that they're really not lubricating anything in that barrel. They're just flying out of there and taking most of the lubrication with them. And so nowadays you can have cannelores, but most manufacturers today don't really use cannelores.
Did Exhibit 13 have that feature?
13 did not have any cannelores.
Okay. What material was the bullet made of?
So the material was copper and lead.
Is there a type or of the jacket that you described earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Do you catalog that as to Exhibit 13?
Yeah, so Exhibit 13 was a full metal jacket, so it's very similar to what you're seeing here in that it had a rounded nose and the base of it was not jacketed. So the lead of the core was exposed at the base.
Okay, so full metal jacket. Was it magnetic?
It was not magnetic.
The lands and grooves, could you see 6 of each of them?
Yes.
The rifling, is there a type of rifling or characteristics of rifling?
So the rifling type itself was conventional, and all that really means is a lot like this model. Conventional rifling has very clearly defined shoulders or edges to the impression. If it were to be polygonal, they kind of have the inside of the barrel looks almost like a hill, and so there are not clearly defined edges that are visible on the projectiles that come from polygonal barrels.
And polygonal barrels are commonly used in what type or manufacturer of firearms?
So the most common is Glock, and then the second most common is probably H&K or Bursa.
So moving on to, based on what you have, do you come up and estimate a estimated total bullet weight before it was fired?
Yeah, so the manufacturer intended weight would have been about 180 grams.
And is that consistent with a 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer cartridge?
Yes.
Do you document additional defects or anything as to Exhibit 13?
Yes, I do.
What do you document?
So additionally to what we've already discussed, I'll document the packaging, so how exactly it was submitted. You can see that the external package is a brown paper bag, but inside of that, most agencies will have some kind of sub-packaging that will separate the individual items in the bag. So in this case, it was submitted inside of a small tin can, inside of a brown paper bag.
So I'm going to go ahead and publish your Exhibit 13, which is part of States 43. Do you additionally, when you are labeling them, sub-label the item inside as well, or do you rely upon?
The tin might have either my handwriting or the label on it.
Okay. is that your label?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
The handwriting here, the number 7 projectile rear passenger floorboard 1824. Is that you?
No.
So when you're talking about the nose of the bullet, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean by the nose of the bullet?
Yeah, so the nose of the bullet would be this area right here. And then this is the base of the bullet itself. And then this is the landing pressure, one of the landing impressions. And you can see that from the base to the nose, it is slanted right, if I were to make the base flat. And so it has that right hand twist.
And when you measure the lands and grooves, do you document those measurements?
I do.
Why do you do that?
So the primary purpose for that is, again, to see the class characteristics, so the width of the lands and the grooves. If there is a significant difference between those numbers, in between two projectiles, then that would preclude it from having been fired in the same firearm. And then additionally, I can take those numbers and put them into the general rifling characteristics database and see if there's any suspect weapons that have those same measurements.
Okay. So I'm going to move on now to Exhibit 14 in this same, your Exhibit 14. Is that your label that's placed on there?
Yes.
What description did you have as to the G number for Exhibit 14?
116.
And this number 24 projectile front driver's side floor under brake pedal 1846. Is that your handwriting?
No.
No. So looking at your Exhibit 14, G116, I want to go through those same questions again. What was the measurable caliber of that item?
So the caliber measured to be .401.
And how does that compare to the last one?
It's very similar. I mean, a slight difference. The other one, I believe, measured at .400. So it's a difference of 1/1000th of an inch. That's within tolerances for the same caliber.
Okay. How many lands and grooves did you see on this particular one?
I saw at least 4 landing grooves that were present. The other 2 were either damaged or just not readily visible.
Okay. The bullet weight, what was this?
It was 167.4 grains.
What were the materials?
It was also copper and lead.
Any cannelure?
No.
Did you see cannelures on any of the projectiles here?
No.
The jacket type, what was it on Exhibit your 14?
It was also a full metal jacket, so it has that same characteristic where it has either a flat or a rounded nose and an open base where the base is exposed, the lead core is exposed.
So in here you said there was only 4 lands or grooves visible. How does that compare with the last one? That you said there were 6 lands and grooves.
So the last one had 6 landing grooves that were visible. These 4 landing grooves are visible just because of damage, so there are parts of the jacket that had been ripped off, likely due to passing through an object or impact. And so that's the only difference, really.
And you said passing through an object. You previously talked about going through glass. What other items would cause damage to a bullet?
Honestly, it could be almost anything. If it went through a body and hit bone, it could fragment. It could have the jacket peeled off. If it hit a car door, if it went through any kind of harder object. Most of these, not most, all projectiles really, are intended to enter an object that's mainly liquid, right? So whether it's us, a deer, or any animal, the primary composition of us is liquid. So apart from bone, there's really not anything that's hard inside of our bodies, just like any kind of animal. And so any impact with bone or hard object like bone would cause damage to the projectiles.
On Exhibit 14, were you able to determine a estimated original grain weight?
I believe it was I left it as undetermined because enough of it was missing that I couldn't say 100%. Obviously, it has to have weighed at least 167 grams because there's material missing, and so it precludes certain calibers, but I didn't want to give an exact probable weight just because of how much was missing.
With regards to the notes that you've made with regards to your analysis of this, how did you document your additional data or findings?
So the projectile has damage to most sides of the projectile itself, with the jacket missing in several different portions of it. The base of the projectile remains relatively intact, which is, again, not necessarily abnormal. If you think about how a projectile travels, the nose of the projectile is the first thing that's going to impact anything. The base is the last thing that's going to impact anything. So more often than not, the more significant damage is on the nose end of the projectile, and the base is usually the area that remains the least damaged. And then it does have some of the land impressions intact, which could be measured.
Were the lands and grooves consistent with Exhibit 13 in measurements?
Yes, they were in a similar range of sizes.
So, Mr. Bello, how do you make sure that you don't accidentally put Exhibit 13 in Exhibit 14's container? What types of controls are in place at the lab to prevent that?
So when we examine the projectiles themselves, typically the projectiles are going to have some kind of labeling, usually put on there by myself as well, either a permanent marker or in a scribe, which is just a metal pen. I can write on metal with it. But aside from that, we are only handling evidence from one particular case at that time or at that moment in time. And so if something were to be swapped, theoretically speaking, it may get swapped 15 to 16 or 16 to 15, but it wouldn't be 15 from this case to 15 from a different case, because I'm only looking at evidence from this case at one time.
If you have one that is a known and one that is a questioned, what steps do you take to make sure those are kept identified and separate?
So the knowns are also typically labeled with the exhibit number of that known. So if let's say there's a known firearm, they'll be labeled T1 or T2, so test 1, test 2. And so that will clearly distinguish it from any of the evidence in the case.
Okay. So moving on to Exhibit 15. Is this your label that is on there?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the barcode that's on all of these?
So it's a barcode that really our system itself puts in place. And that barcode just contains that same information that's underneath. So if you were to scan that barcode, it would just give you its Exhibit 15, external ID, 117, case number, and lab number. So that's really all it is. It's just a replication of the below information in barcode format.
In terms of when you first get the evidence, when it's given to you, how do you retrieve it?
So I retrieve the evidence from a firearms vault. So the firearms unit actually houses all of its evidence inside of our own unit. We have a fairly large room that's secured by alarm and a vault door where all of the evidence is kept. When I'm going to work on a case, because I'm the supervisor, I also will assign myself the case. So I'll pull the evidence, I'll assign it, and then I go to the vault physically and I retrieve the evidence from our evidence vault.
Do you work on more than one case at a time?
I only ever have the evidence for one case open at one time. So one case open.
When you are finished with the items of evidence, where does it go back to?
So when I'm done with the evidence, it'll get sealed back up into the original packaging. If the original packaging is too damaged or something's off with it, then I'll create a new packaging for it. And then it'll be sent back to our central receiving, which then sends it back to whoever the submitting agency was.
Do you reseal it with evidence tape and your name and CCN?
Yes.
What is a CCN?
So CCN is just a badge number. It's an employee identification number.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No.
Okay. Are you a civilian employee of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
The large green sticker that's on these items, is that placed on by the lab as well?
Yes.
So going to your Exhibit 15, described as G117. Did you measure the caliber of this particular projectile?
Yes.
Okay. What was the measurable caliber?
So the caliber for that one measured to be .400 inches.
Okay. So that's the same as your Exhibit 13?
Yes,
On the number of lands and groups, how many were there?
there were 6.
What was the direction of twist?
It was a right-handed twist.
Did you have a bullet weight you were able to determine?
It weighed 179.4 grams.
Was the materials able to be determined as to what this bullet was made of?
Yes, it was also made of copper and lead.
What type of jacket was it?
So like the other two, it was a full metal jacketed projectile.
Was it magnetic?
No.
Were you able to view all 6 lands and all 6 groups?
Yes.
The rifling type, what was it?
It was also conventional.
Were you able to determine a probable grain weight of the original bullet, an estimate?
Yes, so this one was also 180 grams.
With that information, were you able to determine a potential caliber?
It was also 40 Smith & Wesson, yes.
The damage or anything to this projectile, what did you document?
That the nose was slightly flattened, and that there are parts where the copper jacket is missing. However, the projectile's base is in good condition.
Okay. Did you measure the lands and grooves on this one as well?
I did.
Were they consistent with the other 3?
Yes.
Okay. So once you've looked at these 3 projectiles, are those the first 3 projectiles you got in the initial submission?
Yes.
Okay. You'd mentioned earlier that there was 2 separate submissions.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do a comparison between exhibits 13, 14, and 15?
I did.
And how did you do that comparison?
So once I did the worksheets and I saw that none of the evidence really could have been precluded from being fired in the same firearm, based on just the class characteristics that were observed, I took the projectiles to the comparison microscope, and I looked at them underneath the comparison microscope.
So going back to the first photo we looked at earlier, at the bottom it says exhibit 13 and 15?
Correct.
What does that indicate to you that these are showing photos of?
So that projectile or exhibit 13 is on the left stage, so on the left side of the microscope, and exhibit 15 is the projectile that's on the right side of the microscope.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to whether or not they were fired in the same firearm?
And yes, there was sufficient agreement of individual characteristics to say that both of these projectiles came from the same firearm.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear. Were the class characteristics the same?
They were.
How does the class characteristics being the same, is that enough for you to say an individualized, that they are a match from the same firearm?
No, it doesn't.
So explain the individual characteristics
Right,
that
so-
you were able to show.
The class characteristics, like we talked about earlier, was the caliber, the number of lands and grooves, the width of a lands and groove. So the measurement from this black line to this line down here needs to be consistent. And obviously, if you can imagine that this is the impression that's coming from the barrel of the firearm, if this impression is all the way out to here, then that's a different firearm. There's no way that they could have come from the same firearm. So once all of those class characteristics agree, then I can say, okay, well, they came from the same type of firearm at least. Let's find out whether or not they came from the same firearm. Then what I'm looking for is all of these scratches that are in here. So this individual detail that comes from the manufacturing process of that land impression. So that's the area that is raised inside the barrel of the firearm that leaves this recessed area in the projectile. And the agreement of all of these different little scratches that you can see is the agreement that I'm looking for to determine whether or not they did come from the same firearm.
Mr. Bell, does the magazine being different or changed in any way alter the way a firearm operates?
No, not typically. So as long as a magazine is a functioning magazine, so it still has a spring inside of it, it still has its floor plate, feed ramp, then as long as the magazine fits in that firearm, you can use any magazine that would fit in that firearm.
There are magazines that come standard with the firearms?
Yes, there
Are
are.
there aftermarket magazines that are available as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way to tell from the projectile what type of magazine it was loaded in?
No, there's really no way to know what magazine it came from.
Is there any way to know from the casing what type of magazine it was loaded in?
not the type of magazine. Sometimes the magazine can leave marks on casings. So sometimes it could be possible to compare marks from known replicas of a magazine to unknowns. But again, that is sometimes, that's not all the time. And so there's really not a way to know, in the absence of a magazine or the absence of a firearm, there's really no way to know which magazine it came from or what type of magazine it came from.
So we talked about Exhibit 14, which was the G116.
Yep.
Were you able to do the same examination and say that Exhibit 14 came from the same firearm as 13 and 15?
So Exhibit 14 had similar class characteristics. The weight could have put it in the 40 caliber class. The width from that line to that line was very similar to these two exhibits, but there wasn't enough detail present. So these lines that I'm looking at in here didn't reproduce well on this other projectile. So in the absence of information, I can't eliminate it as having been fired from the same firearm, because sometimes firearms can mark slightly different. And so the absence of information doesn't allow me to eliminate it as having been fired from the same firearm, but I can also not identify it because there's not enough agreement. And so that's where it falls into an inconclusive class, where it could have been fired in the same firearm, but without this additional information, I can't really say for sure whether or not it came from the same firearm.
And so it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you photograph each and every one of the comparisons that you make?
No, I'll photograph a representative of the identifications I make. Basically what that means, if I identified all of my projectiles on this particular land impression, then I'm going to take one picture of this land impression. If I couldn't identify one of them on this one, but the next one over, then I'll also photograph that comparison, because it's a different comparison. The only reason we do that is that, really for brevity's sake, if I had 12 comparisons, they would all look like this. And so it's kind of useless to have 12 pictures that all look the same and say, look, here's 12 pictures. This representation is the same thing I was looking at if I made other identifications on this land impression.
And so you indicated that there were 6 Lansing grooves on 13 and 15. When you're doing the comparison, do you match it each and every one of those?
Yes, we certainly attempt to. Yeah.
Your Honor, this may be a logical breaking point for lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch and recess now. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. Remember, the admonition do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. In terms of no research, we'll see everybody back at 1:30, all right? Have a nice lunch. I'd let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Is there anything to discuss?
What time did you say to come back?
I said 1:30 o'clock. 2 now 15, good?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, cannot speak to you while you are on the stand in the midst of direct examination. If anything happens, contact my office. They'll get a message to me.
Anything else to discuss, counsel?
No, sir.
There you
No?
go.
All right, have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
technical aspect of it because you don't have a gun. You know, so you're trying to make up for the fact that you don't have a gun. So you're putting this expert on, and he's testifying about all the minutia of guns and how they fire just because you don't have a gun. You feel like, as a prosecutor, I need to say more. I need to put more evidence on to compensate for the fact that I don't have a gun. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how they put this gun in the hands of the defendant in this particular case without any eyewitnesses necessarily to what happened on that night.
And to Matt's point then, Judge, if we're dealing with no gun and we're dealing with a jury who may be bored, why don't you just present and say, here's what we have. We have this piece of evidence. We think because of this piece of evidence, no matter what gun it was, it had to be shot from between 3 and 5 feet because there may be stippling, there may be some powder, there may be this. And the only people that were in the car then are the 2 co-defendants, and we think the shot came from in the car, and explain why. So why don't you just explain that instead of like, I'm into an Encyclopedia Britannica?
Well, I think that having been a prosecutor and certainly as a plaintiff's lawyer, I want to make sure that all of my bases are covered and that, number one, I can prove or present alternative theories that the jury can grasp onto. And second of all, most importantly, we all know that the Court of Appeals stands ready to challenge or to review the decisions and the strategies and the rulings from the court. So if we don't include this type of evidence and then later the jury makes a decision and they say, well, wait a second, you didn't include evidence to support this conviction. Well, yeah, we got it right here. The jury may not have taken that into consideration, but at least it's in the record for the jury to have been able to consider and for the Court of Appeals to sustain what it is that we finally arrive at as our conclusion.
Yeah, someone, me, who cross-examined a firearms examiner, and it's not ballistics, it's a firearms examiner, in the Aaron Hernandez case for over 5 hours, bringing him through a lot of different concepts. But the jury, who was right next to me, was looking at me and was absolutely interested because they were learning things that related to the case, not things that related to, you know, general knowledge of a scientific concept. So stay with us here at the Law and Crime Network. We'll be back on the other side of this break into that case. for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodwell. We're covering the trial of YNW Melly in Broward County, Florida. He's accused of killing 2 members of his collaborative, YNW Sack Chaser and YMW Juvie. If he is convicted of the murder, he will be facing the possible death penalty, as Florida has now made the death penalty 8-4. And so this is a case that has very severe consequences if he is found guilty. Right now on the stand, the prosecutor is attempting to get to a guilty conviction by putting their firearms examiner on. His name is George Bellows. So why don't we go in and see how he is going to connect Melly to the firearm and then to the deaths.
Maybe within that range, there was some overlap. So if I shot it at 12 inches and I shot it at 14 inches, the patterns can be very, very similar. So not different enough that I can distinguish the patterns with a naked eye. So if that's the case, then I have to be able to include both of those distances.
So you said intervening objects a couple times. I don't think we've properly defined that. What would be an intervening object in firearms and distance determination?
So depending on the object that's being examined, an intervening object can be anything like a car door, the front door to a house. If a person was wearing several layers of clothing and the person was shot, the external object is an intervening object to everything beneath that. So basically, the first object that the projectile hits is the object that has the potential to have powder on it. Anything thereafter will not have any powder on it. So if somebody was shot and they were wearing a baseball cap, the baseball cap is going to contain the vast majority of those powder particles. Some of them may make it through the cap, and some of them may be present on the person themselves, but the vast majority is going to be on the baseball cap.
What about human hair?
Sure, so if somebody shot in the head and you have human hair, that hair is going to capture most of the powder particles.
Yeah, you mentioned a pattern of in the powder consuming and the unburnt gunpowder. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you say a pattern, what do you mean?
So when the powder, sorry.
Would it help if you could draw on the screen?
Sure.
Okay, change the...
Okay. So the powder, I'll draw a couple of different things. I'm not an artist, so please excuse anything that seems very rudimentary. So if we're talking about this as being the muzzle of the firearm, the powder is going to exit in a pattern that looks like this, right? So when it hits an object that's flat, perpendicular to the firearm, the pattern that's observed is going to look something, I don't know if you can actually see the dots that I'm drawing.
Let's see if we can change your options for drawing tools. Try that one, see if that works better.
Okay, well, we can work with that. So if each one of those bigger dots is a flake of gunpowder, then the travel of the powder itself opening in this conical area like that is going to impact this perpendicular area and leave a circular impression or circular pattern of these dots, of these different particles. So when we're talking about reproducing a pattern, the pattern that we're looking for is the density of the powder and how far that distribution goes. So the further away from a target, the bigger that pattern is going to be and the less dense it's going to be. The closer, then the tighter the pattern is going to be and the more dense it's going to be. And there are particles that don't travel very far. So if the pattern is far enough, let's say something like 18 inches, you're not going to see vaporous lead. So that lead cloud, the smoke that's observed at close distances, is no longer present after a certain distance. But you can still get a circular pattern of burnt and unburnt gunpowder.
So you said vaporous lead falls out at 18 inches. Is that based on training, experience?
Yeah, it's a combination of training experience. There's articles that have been done on it and have been published into the GSR training handbook by the FBI. And so
it can't even be closer to that. Again, that's part of those variables that we have to account for. So was there vaporous lead present? Was there not vaporous lead present? So my testing has to be able to reproduce whatever I'm observing in the unknown. And then I have to include whatever I'm observing in my bracket.
Okay. So when you're talking about then, you said a parallel surface, do you have to take into account curvature of the surfaces, anything like that?
Sure. You have to take into account also the size of the surface. So if this surface, instead of being this size, is only this size, it's going to capture whatever's landing on it at that time. So what that means is that if my area is only this big, then all of the powder north and south of it aren't hitting anything. So that powder keeps on traveling and doesn't hit anything. It only hits whatever is present there. So.
Okay, Matt Mangino, I would like to speak to you first. We have Judge Fanon Rucker, who has joined us. Obviously, he's been on the stand about 2 hours, okay? He's now just getting to the fact that, powder is tighter when you're closer and it expands when you're larger. I mean, everybody knows when you read the books that 3 to 5 inches is an indeterminate range, but he doesn't have the gun. He doesn't know how far, and it's not just a little gun. It's where the barrel is from where it is shot, Matt Mangino. So tell us, after 2 hours, how close are we to getting to the fact that it was Melly who shot a gun that we don't have?
Well, as we've said already, Linda, this is a bit tedious. But from a trial strategy, when you're presenting evidence, you might have this crescendo moment in your evidence that you want to build up to. Whether they've gone over that that point without getting to the crescendo, I don't know. We'll see how this testimony bears out. But I know just from personal experience, I might have a really good witness who could really get to the point and could really, tell the story in a very brief amount of time. But sometimes I'm worried that jurors expect more. They want to hear more from a witness. They don't. This is a murder trial. Two men have been murdered. They expect there to be a lot of information given to them in order for them to help make their decision. And sometimes if you get in there and you put it right out in front of them real quick, they're less attentive at that point. I mean, they want more. They say, wait, is that all I got to make my decision? So I think there's a balancing act there between putting as much information as you can on, not necessarily losing the jury, but not being so brief that they miss the point and they're disappointed.
Yeah, Judge Fanon Rucker, Matt makes a great point, but this is a death penalty case, as we pointed. And my experience with death penalty cases is that the jury wants to be certain, not just beyond a reasonable, they really want certainty that the person on trial that they're going to consider for the death penalty is the one who did it. And sometimes they'll, as you know, they'll say, well, I'll vote guilty, but, we'll go to this death penalty. I'll listen, but I'm not inclined to do it. And, we've heard stories about that. But at this point, this witness is talking about reproducibility for a scientific, not experiment, but he did say it was a science project. But how can he reproduce something if he doesn't have the weapon that shot the cartridges, Judge?
Well, certainly if we were looking for a conviction solely on this witness's testimony, I don't know that the state would be able to produce that. But what we know is that none of these witnesses are in isolation. It's added on testimony and added on testimony. And so this testimony of this witness will be added to the other witnesses who they do present, who can provide the factual basis for what this witness is providing from a technical and scientific basis.
Very interesting. We're getting two viewpoints that says, well, maybe this witness is not as important in of itself as his testimony as he will be as just a little piece in that puzzle. So that's why we stay tuned to the whole prosecutor's case, and we'll do that, and we'll continue on our coverage on the other side of this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. We're continuing our coverage of that case in Florida where rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Dimmons, is accused of a double homicide, killing his best friends, YNW Sack Chaser and YNW Juvie, both part of the YNW collaborative network of song. But he does face the death penalty, but the prosecution has to present a case getting him to be the person who is the trigger person. And on the stand right now, in their attempts to do that, they have the firearms examiner, George Bello, who is explaining how close, or is about to explain how close the muzzle of that gun was to the two decedents to establish that it was the person in the car, YNW Melly, who had to be the shooter. Let's go into court. Let's listen and see how close he gets.
All of that does play a factor in your distance determination and how you can reproduce it. And which is part of the challenge of distance determinations is we have to try to reproduce whatever we're seeing. That's the only way we're going to be able to know what that distance is if we can actually physically reproduce it.
Okay. If you have a 4-inch barrel versus a 7 or a 10-inch barrel, how does that change the shape of the cloud or the cone as it travels?
Well, it can change a few different things. So the cloud itself is going to come out of the barrel at a higher velocity the longer the barrel is. It's also coming out with less powder because a lot of that powder has been consumed inside of the barrel. And so two things are going to change there in that the width of this cone becomes narrower further out. And so if you don't have the correct firearm, you're not actually reproducing that pattern.
Let me make sure I'm clear. The width
Sure.
becomes narrower farther out on a longer barrel.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So the shorter the barrel, the wider that the cone becomes at a shorter distance. And the higher the density of the particles that are going to be observed because there's more particles present. And the longer barrel, those particles have been consumed during that combustion, and so less particles and less materials actually exited the barrel.
Okay, so Mr. Bello, if you, for whatever reason, don't have the firearm that was used in whatever distance determination you're trying to recreate, could you use a brand new, same make, same model, same caliber firearm to do this determination?
Well, in the absence of a firearm, I don't know what that firearm that was used. So I have no way of saying, okay, well, I'm going to use, let's say all the fire characteristics say it's a Glock. Well, which type of Glock? Is it a Glock 17? Is it a Glock 19? Is it a Glock 43? Is it a Glock 45? So all of those different models fire the same caliber, but they have differences in design. One of those key differences is barrel. And so without knowing that it was in fact a particular Glock 17, I have no way of being able to reproduce that pattern because I can't account for those variables. I don't know what the make and model is of the firearm.
Is there any way you can account for any aftermarket alterations to a firearm?
Not without identifying the firearm first.
And could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of aftermarket, post-manufacturer alterations are possible on a .40 caliber handgun?
So depending on the handgun itself, I mean, you can essentially get down to the point where you've created your own new firearm. You can replace firing pins, you can replace extractors, you can replace ejectors, you can replace the slide, you can replace barrels. You can replace almost every portion of that firearm and still have what they would technically call the same firearm based on the serial number. So the serial number is imported on the frame, and so long as you have the same frame, you technically have the same firearm. And what I mean by that is if I were to have a Glock firearm, and its serial number is USA 123, and I call Glock and I say, hey, I have a Glock firearm, it's a USA 123, can you tell me what the make and model was? They'll tell me, it's a Glock, it's a model 17. But I could have changed it to a 19. I could have put a different barrel length on it. I could have put an aftermarket barrel, which is not polygonal, it's conventional. So I could have changed any number of variables. The manufacturer has no way of knowing that, right? So unless you have the physical firearm present to do your comparisons and say, yes,
this projectile, this cartridge case were produced by the firearm in question, then I have no way of saying that's the firearm that was used.
Okay. Does the FBI set forth best practices and materials to use for doing a distance determination?
Yes, they do.
And what would they recommend?
So the FBI recommends that you only do this determination if you've been able to identify fired evidence from a crime scene to a firearm. And so you've been able to do test fires from the firearm and come to a conclusion saying that that firearm produced the evidence at the scene.
Okay.
So that's the first requirement.
So that's number one. What about the type of material you're going to be shooting into?
So the FBI recommends using cotton twilgene as the substrate. It's just a substrate that they have found as a happy medium, if you will. So it doesn't capture too much particle or it doesn't capture too little particle. It fairly represents a large number of surfaces.
Okay. Can you use like ballistics gel?
You could try to use ballistics gel. The problem with ballistics gel is you wouldn't be able to process it afterwards. It's also transparent in nature, and so seeing the powder itself is going to be very difficult. And so while you could use it, it's not something that the FBI recommends doing.
Could you use an animal skin to replicate human skin?
I've heard people using pig skin. I believe they say that's
We're going to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network. When we come back, we'll go back into that courtroom. Stay with us. Coming back to the Law and Crime Network, my name is Linda Kenny Bodden. As you know, YNW Melly is on trial for a double homicide. The murder on my mind. Rapper obviously has it on his mind as he sits and listens to the testimony right now of George Bello, who is the firearms examiner for the state of Florida. Why don't we go into court and do a little eavesdropping?
Most similar to human skin that you can get. So that's something that they have done. Again, you can't chemically process skin, but you can visually examine them and see the difference between the patterns in the pig skin and the human skin, as the tones tend to be very similar and the texture tends to be very similar.
Okay, what about plastic covering an Amazon box that's delivered to your house?
It probably wouldn't use that.
Why
So the different materials are going to have different rates of capture. So that powder can hold onto cloth one way, and as you can imagine, tape is a fairly slick surface, and cardboard is a hard surface, not the same thing as clothing, not the same thing as skin. Our skin is elastic, cardboard is not elastic. And so how powder would adhere to our skin or to our clothing is significantly different than how it would adhere to cardboard or Scotch tape or packing tape or anything like that.
Okay, so now the question, final on this one. Did you do a distance determination in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So the first thing is I didn't have a firearm, so I can't know which firearm I'm going to use in order to replicate any of my tests. So I can't make tests for this determination because I don't know what firearm was used.
Okay. Do you have a overall list of potential firearms that could have caused the ballistics evidence in this, or created the ballistics evidence in this case?
Yes, so I did use the projectiles and the visible characteristics from the cartridge case, and I ran the information through the general rifling characteristics database that the FBI initially made, and now it's being housed by the Association of Firearm Examiners. And it did come back with a list. It was a fairly lengthy list of firearms manufacturers, and so when the list contains that many, we don't typically report out a list of suspect weapons because it's just too many to report. We essentially just insert in a report that if you need the list, let us know, and we'll let you know how many firearms and which ones they are that could have fired this evidence. And that list is by no means exhaustive either. So there's really no way to know that that's all of the firearms that could have fired it, or was there a homemade firearm that fired it, or any other parts of like these kind of parts.
Judge Fanon Rucker, I have to get your final chat before I let both you and Matt Mangino go. Talk to me about what you think the jury is thinking right now, and what are they waiting for in that courtroom?
Well, if the jury is saying what I'm saying, and I don't know if people were paying attention, the defendant was being very demonstrative in his facial expressions as the examiner was explaining about the difficulty of explaining what happened without the actual gun, and that there was a long list of guns, and the defendant was making these expressions like, oh, wow, really? Well, see there. So if the jury is saying the same thing I am, they're wondering how sincere is this individual who's on trial about what he's hearing, or is he just trying to cover up for what he knows that he did? But the jury wants to hear a connection between this technical evidence and the defendant. That's what they want to hear, and we'll see if they get it.
And Matt Mangino, we were discussing that earlier again, and I'll say again, without having the gun, without having the weapon, you can't come to that scientific certainty that you need. So if you can't come to that scientific certainty that you need, because what you're doing is giving an experiment there, what you think could be the weapon, how does a jury relate that to a death penalty where they have to come in and be kind of certain that somebody should receive death, which is the ultimate penalty?
Well, and if you listen carefully, as I'm sure you have and the viewers have, I mean, essentially this witness gave all this technical information and then said, you know what, the FBI requires, in order to give an opinion on this, that you have to have the weapon and you have to have even the type of ammunition that was used. So basically he's saying, you know, everything I told you, really the FBI doesn't even account for that because we're not following their guidelines. And so that's, you know, less than, you know, dramatic in terms of this jury saying, oh, wow, that's the smoking gun, no pun intended. But, a jury, before they would sentence somebody to death or even find them guilty of first-degree murder, which is punishable by at least life in prison, they're going to want to be sure. And right now, this evidence isn't providing the kind of assurance that I'm sure jurors want.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, Judge Fanon Rucker, you've presided on a number of cases. We've been talking about that. Certainly, this witness seems to be very honest. I think he's doing a very good job explaining it. But as I said to you before, you're not here to audition to be on Law and Crime. You're not here to audition to write as part of Encyclopedia Britannica. Your job is to tell the jury what may connect the shooter to the person who is dead. And here it's two people who are dead. So what is that connection right now as you sit here?
Well, I haven't heard it yet. I certainly haven't heard it through this witness. But as you've mentioned before, and even earlier today, we're looking at a puzzle. This is one piece of the puzzle. So hopefully there's no missing pieces from the state's perspective, because this piece of the puzzle does not make the picture.
Well, I want to thank both of you, Judge Fanon Rucker, Matt Mangino, who actually wrote a book about the death penalty and says the 8-4 Florida statute is unconstitutional. We'll have more of that another time. But both of you just have answered the questions that I'm sure the jury is asking as they sit there and listen to all of the evidence. So I'm sure we will see you again. In the meantime, we're going to take a break here. But on the other side, we have a surprise for you. Well, not really a surprise. We have a great reporter on the ground, Bryson Paul, who will give us and tell us everything that's happened in the courtroom. He'll be our ears and eyes, and as a result, he'll be your ears and eyes. Stay with us on the other side as we discuss the Y and W Melly case. Stay with us. Thank you for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. My name is Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, we are covering the trial of YNW Melly. Did he murder, kill his two friends, YNW Sack Chaser and YNW Juvie? The prosecution is trying to prove their case through the admission of forensic evidence dealing with a firearm that they don't have. But let's go into court and listen to their firearms examiner. He's been on the stand for a while. His name is George Bello.
There's really no way to rule any of those out. So this is just a list of major manufacturers that reported to the FBI their characteristics.
And so approximately how many firearms were listed out in this case?
I have to look at the
Can you refresh your recollection? Please feel free to do so. Slow cut when you've done so.
So as far as manufacturers that could have fired the projectiles in 40 Smith & Wesson, there's about 15 different major manufacturers. I also ran it again with, there was 2 submissions to me in the case. Okay. So there was an initial submission that contained 3 projectiles, and then there was an initial secondary submission which contained projectiles from the medical examiner's office. And based on the characteristics of the second submission, there was, I think, an even larger number. About 27 manufacturers that could have fired that set.
Okay. Can you just pick number 17 off that list and recreate a distance determination?
No, I can't do that for a variety of reasons. First and foremost being that these lists are telling me the manufacturers, right? It's not telling me the make and model. So it's giving me the make. So it's saying, possibly Sig Sauer, possibly Sig Orange, but which one of their pistols in 40? It doesn't tell me that. And so the list can be very, very lengthy. It also won't tell me the barrel length of the particular firearm.
I'm going to ask you about a very specific firearm. Could you use a Taurus 91?
No.
Why not?
The Taurus 91 doesn't exist.
Should I be asking about horsepower on that?
You could, I guess, but there is no Taurus. So Taurus manufactures a line of firearms which they bought the patent from Beretta to manufacture. Beretta makes what they call Beretta 92, Beretta 92 FS, and so Taurus replicates that in their PT 92 and PT 99. So those are the 2 variants of that particular pistol. There really isn't, and the 9 designates the 9mm caliber. So PT 92 and PT 99 are 9mm variants of that Beretta replicant that they have.
Okay, and that's actually the red gun in front of you. Is it a PT 92 replica?
Correct. So this is exactly what you would see if you saw a Beretta or a Taurus, whether it's a 92 or PT 92. They look the same. If I held it from over here and I had a Beretta or a Taurus, you wouldn't know the difference between one and the other.
Okay. And that was which caliber for the 92?
So the 92 is a 9mm firearm.
Okay. Yeah. Is there a 40 caliber that may be closely named to that?
So Taurus does make a 40 caliber. They make it under the model name PT 100, PT 101.
In terms of the list of firearms that are potential.
Okay, we are still discussing firearms examiner's testimony. George Bello, who seems to know what he is talking about. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the gun that killed the two people that died here. So let me bring my guest in to discuss this. You know him very well. He was in New York last time he was here. Criminal defense attorney Jeffrey Wolf, and also in the studio. And it's going you're going to listen to her, Mina. Say what? I'm not going to give you her last name because she has a serious show. Because well, Mina. Say what? So, but let me go to Jeff first. Jeffrey, all right, we were discussing this morning. You can have a variation of make and models. You can have a lot of possibilities, but the firearms examiner, who is very honest, doesn't have the make and model. So where are we going with this testimony?
Well, I mean, usually if you're going to bore a jury to tears with a dry expert witness, it's going to be because there's a really salient point in there. Hopefully they get to it at some point, because if you don't have the gun and you don't know which gun it was, all they're really going to do is be playing guesswork. And in my experience, juries hate when experts play guesswork unless they're extremely engaging and they can't help but listen.
And let me talk to Mina. Mina, you're in the studio with me right now.
Thank you
so
for
happy
having
to
me.
have you, and you have your show on Sirius XM. You're a host. What do you think is the high point and the low point of this testimony?
I have not seen a high point. I'm waiting for evidence that actually ties Melly to this crime. And I think the low point has really been how egregiously stretched out this is, right? We're waiting. Where's the evidence? And everything is very inconclusive at this point. It's a lot of should have, could have, we think, perhaps. There's no gun. We don't know where this crime took place. There's no video of the crime. And all we've really seen at this point is forensic evidence, pictures, talk of cell phone data, a gun that no one knows what the gun is, you know, who shot the gun. At this point, it's all a big mystery, and we're just waiting for some actual evidence, because we're talking about a man's life here. Right? The death penalty is on the line right now. So when you're talking about a person's life, you want to be sure and you want to have all the evidence that you need in order to make that choice. The evidence is just not there right now.
And that will be interesting to see. We've been talking here in the studio all morning about that the jury could be absolutely bored, because we have been bored, even though the witness seems to be a very honest witness, and he may not have the evidence to give it to the jury to convict NYNW Melly. And again, it's not just his life. We have to remember there were also two victims here. No matter what, they were killed, they are dead, and we need certainty and we need justice, and we have to do it right. Stay with us. We're the Law and Crime Network. We'll be back on the other side. Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, as you know, we are covering the trial of YNW Melly. Did he kill his two best friends, as he calls them, members of the YNW collaborative? That would be YNW Sack Chaser and YNW Juvie. Well, in the courtroom for us has been our correspondent on the ground, Bryson Paul. He is now outside the Broward County Courthouse where this trial has been going on. Bryson, good afternoon. So glad we have you back. Can you tell us who is inside that courtroom today?
Good afternoon, Linda. We have no special guests in this courtroom today for day 3 of the YNW Melly trial. We have, it's pretty bleak, actually. It's Sack Chaser's mother is there, Juvie's mother is there. Of course, YNW Melly's mother is there. But other than that, we have rarely any other family members and friends right now flooding the courtroom. But it's only lunchtime, so after lunch, I'm sure we'll have a surprise visit like we did yesterday from Boosie.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Rapper Boosie was inside the courtroom earlier and another day. And is he really expected to be back today?
That's the surprise that we're waiting for. It's clear to see that Melly isn't as jovial as he was when Boosie's in the courtroom on both days. Like when he was on there in day 1, when he came, he lit up. And day 2, he was very sad in the opening parts, very restless, very temperamental at that. And then when Boosie walked in, he was excited, back to being the same jovial self he was on day 1. But as of today, he's still restless, even more tired, yawning, stretching, pacing back and forth with it and everything in that. And we're just going to have to wait and see if Boosie shows up at lunch.
Let me just give you a follow-up to that. Does the jury react to when Boosie is there?
No, the jury does not react when Boosie walks into the courtroom.
Very, very interesting. And we'll talk a little bit about the awning because we were doing the same thing here. But before I get to that, you mentioned in your tweets that YNW Melly rolled his eyes once, okay? Christopher Thomas's grandmother entered the courtroom. So what can you tell us about that? Does there seem to be some type of, animosity? Does there seem to be some kind of reaction? Give us the inside scoop.
Oh, it's clearly a lot of tension between the victim's family and YNW Melly. They make sure to look at him directly in his eyes every time they walk into the courtroom while they're sitting listening to the testimony, and just any other time that they can get, just to get him to look back at them. He usually looks past them or looks in different directions, doesn't even bother to give them any attention until it's unbearable, until it's unbearable.
Until it's unbearable. Well, the defendant said that the two people who are killed, Sack Chaser and Juvie, were his best friends. But is there anything about the defendant's demeanor that could suggest to the jury that maybe he doesn't care as much about them as he said?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. The way the prosecution is going right now, it's very unclear, very confusing, even for the jury. The jury has clearly been unattentive for day 3.
Unattentive. Well, let's talk about that, because we were here in the studio discussing the firearms examiner, George Bello, who's been on the stand, who seems like a lovely person. He seems very honest. He seems to know what he's talking about. But there hasn't been any connection to the gun and the shooter. So how did the jury react to his testimony? Were they yawning like you suggested?
They appear confused. They are listening to projectile examinations, and being that a lot of them aren't familiar with firearms, they are very much confused because they're not talking about an exact weapon, exact firearm that was used in the murder. It's just a he say, she say of particular firearms that are used that could be connected to the bullet fragments that were found.
And, I would be remiss, Bryson, if I didn't ask you something related to the opening of the defense. Was there anything in the testimony today, things that made you go,
I would say no. At the moment, no. There wasn't anything that made me go, but I was definitely along with everyone else in the courtroom as confused as to what the point was of showing or discussing this firearm, or a particular firearm that doesn't exist, or just an ideal of a firearm that was never found.
So, Bryson Paul, you have been incredible again. We feel like we are inside that courtroom listening to you, but I know you said you had to go back in. It's a tight schedule, so I'm going to let you go and look forward to my next conversation with you, Bryson Paul. Thank you so very much, and follow him, if you would, on Twitter. He's tweeting the trial as he sees it inside the courtroom, along with the Law and Crime Network. Well, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll discuss what is happening in that courtroom down in Broward County and the ramifications for the testimony and the death penalty of Y&W Melly. Stay with us. to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. We are covering the trial of YNW Melly in South Florida. This Florida rapper is accused of shooting and killing Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie, in 2008. Well, Thomas's father was interviewed by our very own Anjanette Levy. Let's listen as he tells us how he's been coping with his son's death and how his family is handling this trial so far.
Chris was a good kid. He's the second of my oldest boys. He's the oldest of his mom's kids, and he loved his whole family. He loved all his friends, and he just got caught up for being too loyal and got betrayed by one of his so-called friends. It's a sad situation for everybody. I met Melly around like 99, like a couple years before Chris met him. I was friends with his Melly's mom, best friend at the time, and that's how I got to know Melly. Then Chris got to know him after that. They was all good kids coming up, just laughing, playing, joking with each other, having fun, like to hang out with each other, and he loved them boys, and he loved them to a fault.
So he was friends with them since they were little kids then, it sounds like.
Yes, ma'am. He went to elementary, middle school, high school, all together. That's how I know his mom as well, and his stepdad and the rest of his family, Melly's family. And the music started, I think, around 2000, maybe 13.
And they were just all making the music together?
Yes. Started from rapping at school until making music together and coming up with the name, the YNW, and just went from there. And Sack and Chris and Melly and even Jay Green was all founder members of the YNW. Melly was just the face of it. I say now that Chris and Anthony is gone, now he just took everything over. From the day one, I believe that Melly was responsible for my son's death on October 26th when I first heard the story, because his explanation, when I finally talked to him and Cortland on a FaceTime, their response and how they was reacting, they showed no remorse. They didn't act like they was grieving, like they lost a best friend or nothing. They was, in my opinion, they was in the best spirits. They never came to town, never came to my son's funeral, never came to Sack's funeral. And these are best friends. He passed straight through the county of Indian River, went to Brevard and did a music video, but he couldn't even stop and pay his condolences to his best friend's mom. He even got Jana tatted on his neck. That's why his defense attorney got him wearing turtlenecks and shirts to hide his neck, because he got the Jana tatted on his neck. That's Sack's mom's name, and he got Chris' name and Sack's name. And this guy, that guy is just, I have no words for that guy. Nothing was said. Actually, it was like the demeanor. It was like the body language, really. Like I was just reading them, and as I'm telling them and asking them questions, I got so emotional, I started crying. They wasn't reacting to, they act like they didn't have take a loss at all. That's how I took it. And then when I was talking to them, I still had in the back of my mind that something's not right. Something's not right.
Did they tell you anything about what they claimed happened with the drive-by they claim happened?
No, they had absolutely no explanation. Like we had to figure it out just like the police.
Chris, why do you think that this happened? Why do you think, Melly did this? Because, Melly is on trial. The state has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed these crimes. But why do you think this happened?
I think the story about the $200,000 with Anthony was a true story because it's not reported, but Chris told me the same story, and also it was a $500,000 play, and Melly was going to get $200,000, Sack was going to get $200,000, Chris was going to get $100,000, and as I'm hearing it from Chris, they was going to sell the YNW brand, not a record deal or nothing like that. It was like for the brand itself, and by them being founding members, they was going to get a piece of the pie. So I don't think Melly did it on his own. I think that manager guy got in his ear and did a little divide and conquer. Because if it was up to Sack, it would never be a 100K management.
They were going to sell the YNW name for licensing or to sell products. Or what do you mean they were going to sell the name?
For marketing, licensing, stuff like that. I think they want to go up on the big umbrella just to push them, I think. push the brand more global. That's what I'm thinking.
And so you think that Melly wanted a bigger cut of that then?
I think Melly didn't want to give them guys nothing. He wanted to be the only one to shine. And then they came to town next day and gave the mothers 15,000, the other mother 10,000. So I thought to myself, if Sack was going to get 200,000, Chris was getting 100,000. If we could pay these people 25,000 and keep 275,000, that's how I saw it. It just nothing added up. And Melly still to this day for me to hear him call them boys his best friend is an insult. That is an insult. Not with Juvie, not with Chris, but you heard things about him and Anthony getting into like altercations about disputes about money over certain situations, and they got in a fight prior to that, and they said like the story that they say Sack beat him up and knocked his goals out in front of his girlfriend, and like 2 days later, I think that's when the incident happened. Yes, Chris and Cortland share a sister. And she's my daughter. Her and Chris had the same dad, which is me, and her and Cortland share the same mom. And she took the side of Melly. She still to this day screams Free Melly all on her Facebook, Instagram. She'll go live with the Free Melly shirts, and they just got her brainwashed with the money. They just showering her with gifts and Cortland and got my daughter just brainwashed to the fact that she wishing the killer of her brother was free. I just don't understand that.
Wow, and let me bring my guest back in to talk about this with me today is Jeffrey Wolf, famed criminal defense attorney out in Colorado, and Mina Say What, Sirius XM host, who has a show on tonight, Mina, 6 to 12, and I'm sure you'll be talking about this. But I want to ask you about this. I'm very moved by the father's interview, and to me,
entry.
Thank you. May be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant. Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and all witnesses. Mr. DOLLOR remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all had a nice lunch. We're going to resume with Mr. Bellows' testimony. So I think you were still on your direct examination, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bello, we've gone through the projectiles that were recovered in the subject of your January 11th, 2019 report. I want to go now to the projectiles from your March of 2022 report. Showing defense counsel has been marked as state why for identification purposes. No. Other report. March 2022 report. I'm showing you for identification purposes only what's been marked as state why. Do you recognize this piece of evidence?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this piece of evidence?
Again, my initials and CCN numbers was the date that I began and finished the examination, and my initials on the scales.
The large green sticker that's on there, is that placed on by the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab?
Yes.
Is that the same sticker that is identifying all the work done in this case of 18-13127?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as once you finish analyzing the items in this package?
Yes.
You're at this time the state would request you to state why is the next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States YY would be marked states 49.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Bello, with regards to this states 49, did you analyze the items inside this package?
Yes, I did.
What are they?
So they are projectiles or projectile fragments that were submitted to the crime lab from the medical examiner's office.
And in terms of the location of where they were recovered from, were you present when they were recovered?
No.
The determination as to where they were recovered from or how you document them in your report, where is that description coming from?
So it's either from the property scene, so that's how the detective or crime scene investigator described it, or from a label on the projectile itself from the medical examiner's office.
So I'm going to start with item, you have one item 30 and then you have 8 sub-items.
Yes.
Why do you do it that way?
So from the time that I wrote the initial report to this secondary report, our protocols just changed, and that we're describing as the primary exhibit, so in this case exhibit 30, as the container containing the evidence. And then we would go on to describe individual items that were being analyzed underneath that as sub-items.
Okay, so 30.1, 30.2, et cetera, through 30.8.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with 30.1. What was the G number associated with that?
So 30.1 was G44.
Did you analyze that projectile?
I did.
Did you do it the same way that we talked about with the ones 13, 14, and 15 that we spoke about previously?
Yes, they would all get the same worksheet and the same categories would be analyzed.
And in terms of on 30.1, starting with that one, were you able to determine a caliber measurement?
Yes, it was measured to be 0.410 inches.
And what type of... Were you able to determine if there were lands and grooves that you could evaluate?
Yes. So the number of lands and grooves would have been 6. I believe 1 was damaged.
but I was able to see 5, and there was a space for an additional.
Okay. And is that consistent with the other projectiles we talked about earlier this morning?
It is.
What was the direction of twist?
It was a right-hand twist.
What was the bullet weight on that?
It weighed 174.8 grains.
Were you able to determine the material it was made of?
It was also composed of copper and lead.
What type of jacket was on that one?
It was, I believe it was unknown as far as the type of jacketing, just because of the damage to the projectile. So it did have a jacket, it was copper jacketed, but I'm not sure exactly what type it was.
Okay, so you can't say full metal jacket.
Right.
And on the, was it magnetic?
No, it was not.
Were the lands and visible grooves measured?
Yes, they were.
And what was the approximate measurements of the lands and grooves?
It was very similar to the other ones. It was .078 to .081 inches for the lands, and the grooves measured to be approximately .115 inches.
Okay, now to speed this up a little bit, with regards to all the other items, 30.2, 30.3, 30.4, 30.5, 30.6, 30.7, and 30.8, did they all measure approximately the same caliber?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
It was approximately 40 caliber, consistent with a 40 Smith & Wesson.
Did they all have the no more than 6 lands and grooves?
Yes.
With regards to the direction of twist, could you measure that on each of them?
Yes, they were all right-hand twist.
The all, in terms of the candelures, on this particular item, 30 and all sub-items, did they have any candelures?
No, none of those had candelabers.
The bullet material as to each of them, what were they all?
They were all copper and lead.
With regards to, were they all magnetic or not?
They were all non-magnetic.
The rifling as to each of those, what type was it?
It was all conventional.
Were you able to determine a possible caliber on each of them?
So each of them were consistent with a 40 caliber projectiles, possibly 530, a 40 Smith & Wesson firearm.
Okay, so could you say that each of them were consistent with one another?
Yes, as far as class characteristics, they all lined up.
Were you able to give individual characteristics and tie them each together?
So for this set of projectiles, no. So I grouped them into two different groups.
Okay, why did you do 2 different groups?
So the first group that I grouped into had agreement of class characteristics, but because of the damage to the projectiles, I couldn't find agreement in any of the individual characteristics, and there was no disagreement in characteristics either. So for that one, it was just essentially, it could have come from the same firearm, or they could have been fired in the same firearm, and that's exhibits 30.4, 30.2, 30.3, 30.6, 30.7, and 30.8. So those could have been fired in the same firearm based on just overall agreement of the class characteristics.
Oh. And so it's clear and we're consistent in all of our numbering. 30.1 you already testified was G44.
Yes.
What was 30.2?
It was G57.
30.3?
Is G58.
30.4?
G59.
30.5?
G60.
30.6?
G61.
30.7?
G62.
30.8?
And G63.
Okay. The second group that you said you did involved which particular projectiles?
So those were 30.4, 30.1, and 30.5.
Okay, I want to, so 30.4 is in both groups?
Yes.
How is that possible?
It's basically it was the representative that had the best detail to try to compare to all of the groups. So that's why that one's included in both of them, as both groups were compared to 30.4.
Okay. So with 30.4, 30.1, and 30.5, were you able to draw any conclusions?
So the conclusion was still inconclusive. However, there was agreement of some individual characteristics. So for firearms examination, we have really 3 tiers of inconclusive results. There's inconclusive, where only class characteristics are consistent, and that's essentially a 50-50. Maybe they did, maybe they did not come from this gun.
There are inconclusive results where there is agreement of class and some individual characteristics, which indicates that they were fired in this firearm, but there's not enough individual detail or not enough agreement of the individual detail to make that next step and say that they're an identification, so that they did all come from that firearm. And then the third category is that there's agreement of class characteristics, however, there is no agreement of any individual characteristics. And so that's basically indicating that even though the class characteristics might agree, it is likely not that firearm. There's just not enough difference to say for 100% that it's not that firearm.
Okay. Does that conclude all of the evaluation you did with regards to projectiles in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to cartridge casings. Were you provided some of those to analyze as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Approaching and showing you what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 35 and states 23. Take a look at those. Do you recognize? So you first looked at states 35?
Yes.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
Again, based on the my initials, employee ID number, as well as the date that I began and date that I finished the examinations, and my initials on the seal. And then the same thing for states 23.
Okay. So on these two exhibits, did you analyze the items contained within?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if I may. So starting with what you have documented in your report as item number 4, G196.
Correct.
Did you analyze that cartridge casing?
I did.
And how do you analyze a cartridge casing as opposed to a projectile?
So similarly to projectiles, they do get assigned a worksheet that I add to each of the cartridge cases. Those worksheets are going to capture general information about the cartridge cases that will help the examiners determine whether or not there's any consistency in class characteristics across the cartridge cases that were submitted in the case. So the classes that we're looking for, the information categories that we're looking for, are the caliber. We look at the composition, whether there's, the casings are brass and brass, or they're brass and nickel, or any combination of materials located on the cartridge cases. We notate the manufacturer, whether or not there's any presence of ejector marks and extractor marks. We also determine whether or not there's a presence of a firing pin impression. Sometimes we are called to compare or examine live ammunition to determine whether or not it was cycled through a firearm. And so sometimes we examine things that don't have a firing pin impression at all because they weren't fired. We'll also document whether or not the particular exhibit was entered into NIBIN. So whenever we do entries into NIBIN, a representative will be entered. So not every cartridge case we receive is entered. It's a representative from the submitted case gets entered in. I'll also document any extra information that might be of value. So if I receive a cartridge case which has pieces of asphalt that are attached to it, and maybe it was flattened on one end, I would document any of that information because it might let us know that casing was in the road and it was run over. Or if it's charred, it might have been burnt. And so that information, that if it seems like it may be pertinent, then I would document any of that information as well.
Okay, so if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is photo 2 depicting?
So the picture is a picture of exhibit number 6 on the left and exhibit number 5 on the right. And it's a comparison which was performed on January 18th. And then the microscope as well as magnification is documented there. And you can see the hairline is this line right here down the middle. So anything on this side is exhibit 6, anything on this side is exhibit 5. Then you can see the agreement starting up here with some of the grosser lines, and then all of this fine line agreement in that area as well.
So you just said a word we haven't defined yet. The what lines?
So fine line striations is essentially what we would call them. So this particular firearm leaves parallel line striations on fire casings, which means that the breech face was manufactured with some kind of broaching tool, and it has parallel lines that are on that firearm itself. And so any casing that's fired through them should be expected to have similar characteristics. And then once you line them up, you can see that the directionality and everything lines up on these cartridge cases from left to right or right to left. And that's what that orientation and spacing between each of those lines is what makes it unique.
Okay. So going to Exhibit 4, that was the G196 on that. Did you analyze the caliber of that?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was 40 Smith & Wesson.
What was the case material made of?
It was a brass material, so the casing body was brass, and the primer itself was brass as well.
What was the manufacturer?
It was Blazer.
And just to, in the interest of expediency, on exhibits, your exhibits 4 through 11, so G196 through G203, which are contained in states here, states 23. Was the caliber the same on each of those?
Yes, it was.
Was the material the same on each of those?
Yes, it was.
And does that go to the case and the primer?
Yes.
Was the manufacturer the same?
Yes, they were all Blazers.
What is looking for sealant?
So sealant is something that manufacturers can apply to this area in between the head stamp and the primer. They apply it, it's essentially a lacquer that gets applied to try to prevent any moisture from getting into the cartridge cases. Sometimes that lacquer can persist through firing, and sometimes it doesn't. So what happens in the firing process is after the firing pin strikes the primer, this whole pocket will actually be expelled out of the cartridge case and into the firearm by the pressure inside of the cartridge. And then the cartridge reseats itself through the cycling process. So if there was a sealant around that, it can be pushed out during the firing process. But sometimes, so there's certain manufacturers which have a characteristic sealant, so like Cellular and Below is an example of one that puts a very thick red colored lacquer on its sealant. And so if we observed it, we would document it was observed. But the absence doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't one there, it's just it wasn't there when it was submitted to the lab.
Did you document sealant on any of these 8 casings?
I don't believe there was sealant present on any of them.
And can you just refresh your recollection, please?
So there was no sealant present on any of them.
In terms of the extractor marks, were you able to document those on each of these exhibits?
Yes, I was.
Were they consistent from 4 through 11?
Yes, they were.
What about the ejector marks?
I believe there were ejector marks. Yes, so there were observable ejector marks on all of the cartridge cases.
And were they consistent with one another on items 4 through 11, your items?
Yes, they were.
And that's again G196 through G203.
Correct.
The weathering or anything on these cartridges, is that something you document?
If it was something that was extremely weathered, yes. So if an abnormal presence of rust, or if there was some kind of debris, whether it's dirt, grass, or something, that would be documented, yes.
Did you document that in this case?
I didn't observe it.
In terms of the DNA or MVAC procedure, are you involved in the processing of the casings at that point?
No, I'm not.
In the timeline, do you get the casings before or after the MVAC is done?
Theoretically, I would get them before. So ideally, they would get to me before. Sometimes, and I suppose it's through the process of investigation, they believe they have enough DNA or they think they have DNA from a certain source, and if it doesn't pan out, they may need to come back and process the cartridge cases. So it's not unusual for them to come back and after I've handled casings to then go ahead and process the casings.
Oh. So what do you do to ensure that your DNA doesn't wind up on casings?
So I try to use gloves as much as possible, but we're not a clean unit. So almost inevitably, if I handled them, my DNA would end up on the cartridges.
And
Almost
if you can
inevitably.
explain what do you mean by a clean unit?
So clean in the sense that our protocols are essentially for safety for handling firearms. We're not really looking for biological contaminants from case to case. So we don't clean our workspaces every time we work a case, right? That's a requirement for our DNA units. Anytime they're going to work a case and they start a new one, they have to clean up everything in between. So bleach and wipe down of their entire work area every time they have a new case. In our unit, we have a lot of tools that we use. We have a lot of different mechanisms that we end up using, brass tracks. We shoot into a shoot board. And those items, while clean, are not cleaned with bleach every time we work a case.
So they're not sterile.
Correct, they're not sterile.
So in terms of for the DNA process, is it best practice to do that before it gets to you?
Yes, that's the best practice.
Continuing back on through items 4 through 11, G186 to G203, did you have a conclusion as to each of those particular exhibits?
Yes, so each of those cartridge cases were found to have been fired in one 40 Smith & Wesson firearm. So there was only one firearm which fired all of those cases.
And so that is again G186 to G203, 4 through 11.
Correct.
Was there any things that were different between those in numbers 4 through 11?
There may have been minute differences, but there was enough agreement of individual characteristics that made it obvious that they were fired from the same firearm.
So moving on to states 35. You evaluated this particular item of evidence?
Yes.
Is that your initials and sticker up at the top?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what is in your exhibit 12?
It's another 40 Smith & Wesson caliber Blazer cartridge case.
Was this evaluated on the same date and time as states 23?
Yes, it was.
What steps did you take to make sure that what is your exhibit 12 did not get switched with any of the other evidence, the other 8?
So the cartridge cases, again, will be labeled with permanent marker or a electric scribe with the information from the case, specifically having that it is exhibit, in this particular case, exhibit 12 versus the other exhibits.
And because they're packaged in different packaging, does that tell you anything about your processing?
For us, it doesn't really change how we're going to process it. So whether we do have different agencies which submit things very differently. Some agencies will actually submit every cartridge case in a separate package. So whenever we receive the packaging, it doesn't really change how we're going to analyze the evidence, because the question ultimately is still the same question: is this 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge case, could it have come from the same firearm which produced the other 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge cases?
Okay. So the G number here on what is in evidence as states 35, how did you document that?
It's a G138.
And were you present at the Miramar Substation 2811 Southwest 186th Avenue when it was recovered on October 26th of 2018?
No, I was not.
Going on to exhibit number 12, I want to go through that. Were you able to determine what caliber exhibit number 12 was?
It was 40 Smith & Wesson.
What was the case material and primer material?
They were both brass.
What was the manufacturer?
Blazer.
Was there sealant documented?
No.
Were there extractor marks?
Yes.
Were there ejector marks?
Yes.
Was there a firing pin shape?
Yes.
What was the firing pin shape on exhibit 12?
It was hemispherical.
And is that documented in what is photo 2 in the USB drive?
Yes, so this is the firing pin impression on this side, and that circular shape is the hemispherical shape that I was referring to.
When, Mr. Bello, when you're given these pieces of evidence, Are you told which one is important? Are you told which one is a value or anything like that?
Sometimes they give us some information. It's typically in the form of a CL-15 or a crime lab submission form. Luckily or unluckily, I guess however you would like to look at it, for firearms, that information really doesn't matter to us because the ultimate question for us is still the same. So it doesn't matter really for us where this exhibits were collected, where they came from, who they believe they're affiliated with. For us, what really matters is, can I objectively say that these items came from one source or did they come from different sources? So that's really the question that we're always trying to answer.
Okay. So we've talked about the hemispherical firing pin shape. Was Exhibit 12, G138, magnetic?
No, it was not.
Okay. In terms of, did you come to a conclusion as to whether or not Exhibit 12 was consistent with the casings of your Exhibits 4 through 11?
Yes, it was.
How so?
So Exhibit 12 shared all of the same class characteristics as the remaining cartridge cases that were submitted in the case. And upon further examination and comparison on the microscope, it had sufficient agreement of individual characteristics to tie it to the same firearm, which produced the other cartridge cases in the case.
Can you say that the projectiles that were recovered came from any specific casing?
No, I can't say that.
And in terms of the list of, and you mentioned the, going on to photo 3 here, what are we looking at in this photo?
So this is the entry or the images of the entry into NIBIN. So these are the images that would eventually get searched by the NIBIN database. The first image is the overall image of the head stamp, so it includes the information, the manufacturer, caliber, and the primer detail that's there. The other pictures, so the first image doesn't typically get compared or correlated. It's the more detailed pictures that are underneath that do get compared and get a correlation score, so a score of agreement. And then they're just different lighting images. They're all the same types of images, they're all just different lighting. So the top left image is a 2D black and white image. This image is what they call the 6 o'clock grayscale image. This is a firing pin image, and then this is the all in focus image. And when I'm looking at these on the computer screen, typically I'm looking at one of these images, so not all of them. This is just how it prints out of the system. And then the bottom two images are just two different lightings of the ejector mark. So that's this little area there is the ejector mark, and that's the, this is the 3 o'clock lighting, and then this is the 6 o'clock lighting.
When you say 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock lighting, what do you mean?
It's the directionality of the light from within the actual system. So the system itself is pretty much automated. So once I insert the casing and put the relevant case information, I just click acquire, and then it begins to acquire all of these images on its own. So it automatically focuses, it'll automatically place these different rings. So like this is a red ring here, this has a blue ring on the edges. So it automatically places all of that information in there, and those are the different details that will ultimately be correlated by the system itself.
And in terms of any associations or anything like that, were you notified of any associations?
No, so no associations were made in this particular case.
And is that updated on a regular basis?
Yes, so if any association were made after, which can happen if a firearm comes in at a later date and gets testified and put in, it can link to this particular case. Up until now, that hasn't happened.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ma'am.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Mr. Bello, at the conclusion of your testimony, I think you should hand out certificates. Fundamental identification of dealing with firearms. That's number one. So you've got a lot of certificates to hand out. Fair enough? Okay. You examined these projectiles and casings on 2 different dates, correct?
Correct.
One was on, I think your report was 1/11?
Correct.
And the other one was on 3/3 of 22?
Correct.
1/11 of 2019, and then 3/3 of 2022.
Correct.
Could you tell us, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt after all of this examination, how many firearms created these casings and projectiles?
So what I can say is that one firearm fired the casings, so one firearm produced the cartridge cases that were submitted. And as far as the projectiles are concerned, I can say that 2 of them came from one firearm, and then the other ones could have come from the same firearm, but I cannot conclusively say that there was only.
Okay, so there could be more than one firearm that created all of these items, correct?
As far as the projectiles, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, after you did all of this analysis, were you able to determine what gun was used to create these projectiles and casings?
No, in the absence of a firearm, I cannot conclusively say it was one or the other.
Have you heard the term trajectory reconstruction?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's typically an examination that's done using either rods, some people use lasers, to match points on a line that would designate the trajectory of a projectile as it was traveling.
And that would be able to place, supposedly, if you can do it, where the shooter or shooters were when they fired the firearms.
Certainly, at least the firearm. So it would be the muzzle of the firearm is technically the origin point.
Okay.
Yes.
And that would be in someone's hand,
Somebody's
correct?
Right.
Let me see that. What we're talking about is being able to tell where the muzzle was, so you, in essence, would be able to tell where the shooter.
Correct.
I just wanted to play with you. Okay. When you do a trajectory reconstruction and you're attempting to find out where the gun is and where the so-called shooter or shooters were, are there certain variables that come into play?
Certainly, there's a lot of variables that come into play.
Why don't you tell us what some of the variables are?
So some of the variables that come into play is whether or not there were intervening objects. So do you have a beginning and an end point? Do you have a middle point? Right. So if I only have, as an example, a hole in a wall, but I don't have anything else, I don't have somewhere I could put a rod through, or that I could start the directionality of a laser from. Right. So without that, I'm basically dead in the water, because I can start it from any point in this room. So let's say there's a bullet hole in that exit sign back there, and that's the only hole that I have. It'd be very difficult for me to be able to place where the person originated from. Now, if an object is, let's say, 3-dimensional, not 2-dimensional, and the bullet travels through that object, then you can pass the rod through and then find a directionality. There's still variables with that. How far away were they? How close were they? And so that's kind of, it gives you a line, but the point upon the line that the firearm was is the question.
How about how the, may I approach, I'm sorry.
Yes,
How the person held the gun?
Sure.
There's a thing called holding it tight. That could affect how you position the shooter or shooters, correct?
Sure.
If he holds it upside down or sideways?
The origin point should technically still be the same, technically speaking.
Okay. How about, you said tight, how about if he holds it very loose?
If he limp wrists, as we would call it.
What's that term?
Limp wristing.
You're way above me. Limp wrist.
Yeah, so normally when you're firing a firearm, you want to try to cradle the weight of the firearm, and that's usually in your wrist. Limp wristing is just you're letting your wrist kind of rock with the firearm. And so while the origin point may be similar, the trajectory of the projectile leaving the barrel may be different.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. How about the weather conditions?
So as far as trajectory is concerned, it can play a role over significant distance. So whether, I'm sure most of us have heard or seen stories of people making sniper shots at a mile or a quarter mile or 3/4 of a mile. When you're shooting at distances like that, you have to take into account weather, wind. You actually have to take into account the rotation of the earth. So the people who can shoot out at that distance are exceptionally rare. But to be accurate at those distances, you have to be able to mitigate for gravity, wind, and for the spinning of the earth. So those are factors that can play a role in significant distance. Now, if you're talking about a distance of 2 feet or 3 feet, then the weather's going to play a much less significant role.
How about the object that the projectile hits?
Yes, I can certainly.
Like glass?
Right, so whether it's glass and the type of glass plays a role. Is it impact glass? Is it tempered glass? Is it standard glass? So all of these things can play a role. Is it a thicker pane of glass? Is it bulletproof glass? Is it soundproof glass? So I mean, there's a lot of different variabilities. And then obviously the thickness of that glass plays a role. The thicker the glass is, the more likely that the projectile is going to be significantly damaged and change its flight after it leaves that glass. Also, the angle of impact, where it hits the glass, can change after it travels through. You might have a projectile that's traveling straight at glass, and then after it passes through the projectile, through the glass, it can travel downward, it can travel upwards. It all depends on the angles of the glass and the angle that the projectile was approaching the glass at.
How about the grain weight of the ammunition?
So of the projectile itself?
Yeah.
So that can play a role, because obviously the heavier an object is, with the force being applied to it, the more likely it is to stay in its directed path. That's kind of going back to that sniper scenario. That's why most snipers are using very large calibers. They are more likely to stay in flight longer and be less subjected to these changes than lighter, smaller projectiles.
And if the shooting occurred inside a car, for instance, would the arm length matter of the so-called shooter or shooters?
It could.
And whether or not the person was leaning in one direction?
Sure, yeah, you're working in a very small environment.
Okay, so there's a lot of variables that one must take into consideration.
Yes.
Before you say where the gun was or where the shooter or shooters were when they fired this firearm.
Right.
And if you don't take those variables into consideration, you're just giving a guesstimate, estimate of where everybody was, correct?
I assume so. I mean, I'd have to see the situation, but yes.
Okay. And you would consider that to be not proof beyond to the
Protecting your
exclusion. As a manager of the Broward Sheriff's Office tool and what's the title? Tool and
Fireman tool recruiter.
Okay. You certainly would want to take all those variables in before you told this jury or any jury.
Yes, scientifically, I would want to make sure that I'm accounting for as many variables as possible whenever rendering an opinion.
Otherwise, it would be just a guess, an estimate, right?
Right. I want to give a scientifically valid opinion.
Fair enough. Could I have one moment, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. No further questions. I think I took that.
Counsel, thank you. Demonstrate you redirect to this witness.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Bello, counsel asked you about arm length and if it matters. Does arm length have any effect on the ability of someone to pull a trigger?
No.
Can the trigger be pulled with an arm fully extended?
Yes.
Can it be pulled with it next to a person's body?
Yes.
Is there anything that would prevent a trigger from being pulled in any orientation?
No. So the firearms are designed so that The firearm itself is an autonomous form, so the only thing that's required is for this trigger to be pulled, and whether it's upside down, sideways, any which way apart from something blocking it, it will function. So something has to be impeding the function of the firearm for it to function.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Counsel, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well done.
Yes.
Thank you. You may step down, sir. Thank you. You're excused. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, who's your next witness?
State calls James Morano. Good afternoon. You are James Morano.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. This is our witness stand over here. When you get there, you just remain standing for a bit. You put the things down. Remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your full legal name for the record.
James Morano.
Please spell the first and last name for the court.
Jambes Marano.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. Mr. Morano, that microphone in front of you would just up or down, but does not move back and forth.
Thank you.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the members of the jury and tell them where you're employed?
My name is James Morano. I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Orlando, Florida.
And how long have you been employed by the, we'll call it FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
20 years.
Okay. And in what capacities during those 20 years?
I've been a crime laboratory analyst in the trace material section in the Orlando laboratory.
And can you tell us your official title?
Senior crime laboratory analyst.
And can you briefly describe the nature of your work?
In the trace material section, we're tasked with recovering, recognizing, examining, and comparing items of trace materials or trace evidence. These are typically things like glass and paint, things that are broken during the commission of a crime or some incident, and they're submitted to our laboratory from police departments and sheriff's offices, and we're asked to compare them and to write a report about our findings.
So law enforcement agencies within the state of Florida can make submissions to the FDLE?
Yes.
Specifically, can you tell us about your specialization in glass? How long have you done that?
I completed the glass training program within FDLE in 2008, and I've been working in cases in both paint and glass for about 14, almost 15 years.
And can you tell us about your formal education?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. I was able to double major during that time, so I also have a Bachelor of Science in Biology, and I graduated in 2002.
And as part of your training and certification that's required by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, can you tell us about some of those trainings?
Yes, so when I moved to Florida in 2003 and I entered the paint training program within FDLE, that's a 2-year training program. It's very comprehensive. It's broken up into 2 phases. There's an academic phase that includes lectures and practical exercises as well as tests, oral, written, and practical tests. After completing that, I did some casework in paint, and then I entered the glass training program, and I did a similar training program within glass. It's about a 1.5-year long training program. After I completed that, I was able to do independent casework in both of those material types.
And are there any continuing requirements that you currently hold or that you do throughout the time you've been employed by FDLE to keep up to date in your field?
Yeah, we try to do continuing education as frequently as possible. I've attended many seminars, workshops, virtual workshops the last several years. But I've taken some week-long training courses, either in trace evidence generally, in forensic science, or specifically with regard to paint, glass, testifying in court, statistics, things like that, anything related to trace evidence.
And are you a member of any professional organizations or any associations within your field?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners, known as ASTE.
And how about your certification within FDLE? What are you certified as?
So FDLE certifies me to work independent casework in both paint, it includes polymers, so it's paint polymers as well as glass.
How much of your time would you say is devoted to glass analysis?
Typically it would be 50% of my time, but the last few years it's been more. I've been involved in almost exclusively anything having to do with glass in the laboratory. We have a trainee that I just got out of training, so I trained him the last several years. I am responsible for the instrumentation that is used to analyze glass, so I have to maintain it, I have to validate it if we get an instrument to make sure that it's working properly. I write the standard operating procedures and the work instructions for those instruments, as well as anything else related to glass. And I've been working all the glass work for FDLE for several years.
So you're doing both an administrative role as well as a forensic role?
Yeah, I would say that, sure.
Approximately how many samples of glass evidence have you examined during your career?
Hundreds, several hundreds, I would say.
Okay. And does that include casework?
Yeah, I would say training and casework. I've looked at several hundreds of glass samples in the last 14 years.
How about your prior testimony in court? Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of trace evidence or trace materials?
Yes, I've testified 14 times in 9 different counties in the state of Florida.
And 14 times since what year?
I didn't have the opportunity to testify until 2012, so in the last 11 years I've testified about 14 times.
And as far as proficiency training, is that continuing and ongoing during your time?
You're referring to proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing.
Yes. Every year we do have to take a proficiency test in the subdisciplines that you work. So I have to take a test in paint and a test in glass every year. And I have to get the right answer to continue doing that work.
And are you currently up to date?
Yes.
And in this specific case, were you asked to examine items of glass evidence?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to refer you to FDLE number 2019-05-02577. Is that a unique number that is assigned by FDLE?
Yes, that's the unique case number.
And when cases come in, they're assigned a FDLE unique number, correct?
Yes.
Is that how you track the evidence in the case?
Yes.
And where's the evidence is coming from other departments, correct?
Yes.
And what did you receive for examination in this particular case?
In this case, I received 8 items of evidence. They were numbered by FDLE, items 1 through 8.
And were they previously numbered by the department that sent them to you?
Yes.
Do you recall the department?
It was the Miramar Police Department.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach this exhibit. What's already in evidence is states 42. Can you take a look at that? And do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
I see the FDLE case number, the item numbers, and my initials in my handwriting.
So you're able to identify it based on the packaging as well?
Yes, the packaging and my initials are on the seal that I resealed.
Okay, and I'm going to show you states, what's already in evidence is states 22. Do you also recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
In the same way, the FDLE case number, item numbers, and my initials are on the packaging as well as on the seals.
And are those, what item numbers, would those equate to your FDLE item numbers?
These are item numbers 1 through 5.
Okay, and in states 42, those are item numbers?
These are item numbers 6, 7, and 8.
I I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes only as states ZZ. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Also by my initials, the case number, the item number in my handwriting, and my initials on the seals.
And do these exhibits collectively represent what you were provided with for the analysis in this case?
Yes, it does.
Any changes, or is it in the same, substantially same condition as you last saw it?
These are in the same condition as I last saw it, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence what was pre-marked to say ZZ as the next numbered exhibit.
Is there any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States ZZ will be marked states 50.
Mr. Moran, I'm going to leave things with you. There's some gloves there, and a pair of scissors. All right, so let's go through the 5 question items labeled under FELE as 1 through 5. What do you reference those samples as?
So these are represented as being found at the scene. The scene was described as US 27. So all 5 items were found in one scene.
Okay, and states number, I believe 20, is that states number 22 or 42? If I may, correct, John?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
22.
22. So let's refer to states 42. What are those samples from?
These are represented as being glass standards from the vehicle, from the Jeep Compass. It was described as being a standard from the front passenger window, the rear passenger window, and then the sample from the rear window.
And what are you tasked with when you're provided with these items?
My job is to open up the evidence, inventory what's there, describe what's there, and then compare the 2 samples. And typically the question is, there's question samples found someplace, and the agency wants to know, is it like another sample? Is it like a sample from the window, a broken window? Basically asking, could it come from that window?
So it's essentially a hypothesis, right? Are items 1 through 5 compared or of the same nature as items 6 through 8?
Yes, I'm looking to see if they're like one another.
Okay. So when you get those items, what is it that you first, after you've documented the items and everything like that, what are you doing next?
After I document them and take inventory by taking notes and pictures, then I actually start the comparison part. And I'm doing a side-by-side comparison. So I'm looking to see, I'm actually looking for differences. Can I see any differences between these 2 samples? So I'm looking at the color, the thickness of the samples. Can I see what type of glass it is? Is it window glass or is it container glass, like glass from a bottle? Generally speaking, that's what I'm doing first. And if I don't find any differences, then as I progress through the examination, I'm doing more detailed comparisons using microscopes and instrumentation.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. So that analysis that you just discussed, is that your macro analysis?
Yeah, macroscopic is a fancy way of saying with the naked eye. Yeah.
So essentially you're doing an overview.
Yes.
And what is your next method or your next step?
The next step would be a microscopic examination. I use a low-powered microscope at my workstation, and I'd be comparing the samples side by side, looking for microscopic features that would tell me what kind of glass it is, or if there's any differences between them. And
can you describe in detail what you're doing as far as the microscopic approach? Like, how are you looking at each glass and which samples?
In this case, these fragments were rather large, so I didn't really need to use the microscope as much as I do in other types of cases. But for instance, I'm looking at the fractured characteristics, so I'll take the fragments and look at the side of it, and that would instruct me what kind of glass it is, as opposed to is it tempered or non-tempered glass, things like that. Kind of generally, what type of glass is it?
And is there further analysis as you go through? That would be your microscopic stage. Is there further analysis?
The next, after the microscopic, yes, there would be instrumental examinations where I'm using an instrument or a machine to provide data about the sample. So one of those tells me chemical information about the glass, so I can see what the chemical composition of the glasses are. and another one is called the refractive index. And I can measure the refractive index of both samples and compare those values that I get.
Outside of the microscopic analysis stage, are you using any other equipment during the, for instance, chemical composition review stage or the refractive index stage?
I use a micrometer to measure the thickness of the fragments to see if they're the same thickness. And I also use an ultraviolet lamp looking at the surface of the glass. If one surface fluoresces or glows brightly, then that tells me how that glass was manufactured. If it does do that, then I can say that it's consistent with float glass, meaning it was made using the float glass process. And that's just to kind of tell me what kind of glass it is again.
Okay, so you kind of explained the general broad overview. Can you give us a little background into what makes glass even unique and how does it apply to your discipline, right?
If I can explain how glass is made, it might assist the jury.
Would that be in your testimony?
Yes. So float glass is the most common manufacturing process to make window glass. Essentially, you have raw materials, which are minerals like sand, soda ash, and lime, that are mined from the earth and they're melted down in a furnace, and that molten mixture is poured over a tin bath. So it's molten tin, and the glass floats on top of it. That's why it's called float glass. The difference in density allows that to happen. And what that allows the manufacturer to do is to slowly pull that ribbon of glass over the surface of that tin. They can control the thickness of it, and you also get extremely smooth, flat surfaces. So that's why modern window glass looks flawless. You can see through it. There's no defects in it typically. So that tin actually leaches into the glass, and that's why I can see that tin or float surface when I use the ultraviolet lamp. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Excuse me, thanks.
So is glass unique between manufacturers?
It's hard to say. I like to speak more in terms of plants, right? So glass is made in a big manufacturing plant. There's probably over 200 float glass plants globally. So there's many plants making glass 24/7 all the time. So from plant to plant, there's going to be differences because they get the raw materials from locally sourced areas. The manufacturing process itself will change the composition of the glass. For instance, that furnace that I talked about where they melt everything, it's made of bricks, zirconium bricks. That zirconium can break down over time and get into the glass. So you'll see levels of zirconium increase and decrease over time from one plant. So I can't say that the glass came from a specific plant because that plant's going to change the end product over time. So there's a lot of variation in glass from plant to plant and within one plant over time.
So essentially, for instance, Toyota, they have an assembly line of plant that they're creating or manufacturing glass for their vehicles. Within that manufacturing plant, there's going to be differentiations within the glass that's manufactured in that one plant.
I would agree, except I don't know if Toyota makes their own glass. They would get their glass from a manufacturer and then put it on their vehicles. And there's no rhyme or reason as to where they're getting their glass from. They can get their glass from one plant 1 year, and the next year they can get their glass from somewhere else. And they can change mid-year if they have to, depending on supply issues.
All right. So let's talk about the evidence that you were provided with. And if you, Your Honor, maybe the witness step down to assist in the evidence, you can bring the packaging. We're able to view it through. And the scissors. Yes. And we'll start with the known samples. If you can go ahead and open that up.
Where should I do that?
We can do it right here. Put it under the light.
So if you put it under the green light, the jury can see.
So this is my handwriting, item 6, item 7, and item 8.
And are you able to open the glass, so open the container so we can see the glass particles?
I can.
You need the scissors?
Just going to do one at a time so I don't have any incidences. Excuse me. So this is item 6.
Can you go get a court reporter, please?
Yes, this was item 6 that was just opened.
Okay. And in your macro analysis, can you explain to us what you're looking at?
Yes. So that little plastic dish is what the samples I actually took out of this tin to use in my analysis. I did look at everything, so when I'm taking inventory, I'm in the sense of looking for glass that doesn't belong. I'm looking for different populations of glass, different types of glass. And if they all look the same, then I consider that they're all the same type of glass. So I would do that with the naked eye, and if I have any question, I could use a microscope to and see if there's anything that doesn't belong or is not like these other ones. I was just looking at the color, the type of glass that it is, and if I had to, I can look at the thickness of them to measure that.
Okay. And as far as item 5 or 6, 7, and 8, they were very similar in nature? Or from a known, how would you characterize it?
So item 6 was the one that's represented as being from the front passenger window. That one is light blue-green in color. Once I open up 7 and 8, you'll see that they're actually dark gray in color. So there are 2 types of glass present in these standards.
Okay. I'll just adjust this for a second for you. Yeah.
This one is item 7, and again, this is the plastic Petri dish that I put in there to separate out glass that I examined in further detail. This was the glass that was submitted to me. As you can see, it's dark gray in color, so it's different from the item 6 glass.
Okay.
And this was represented as being from the rear passenger window.
And when you're ready, we'll look at item number 8.
So again, item 8, this is the plastic Petri dish that I put in here. This was all of the glass that was submitted, and this represented the rear window of the vehicle. And again, you can see it's dark gray in color. So it's different from item 6, which was light blue-green in color.
Okay. And you're taking samples you notated in that Petri dish. Why are you taking the samples and not, for instance, utilizing all the glass?
So I would say that my examination does include all of the glass. I'm looking at all of them when I open it up, and I'm taking that inventory, I'm taking pictures and taking notes of what I see, and then I separate out some for further analysis, for detailed analysis. So I don't have to go back into the tin every single time. I can portion out some of this glass since I'm considering them all to be like one another. Visually, I'll take some out, and that's what I'm using for further examination.
It's like when you did a science test in class, you took the Petri dish and you put a sample of what you were using from, right?
Yes.
I'll give you a chance to put those back in, and then we'll swap out.
Do they need to be resealed?
Not at this time.
Okay. Put them back inside.
Yep.
1 through 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And with respect to items 1 through 5, are you aware of the origin when you receive these glass samples?
No, I'm only told that they were found at a scene, that they're questioned in nature.
Okay. So for instance, you don't know that it comes from a side window glass, correct?
No.
Okay. And so you can go ahead and open up each sample.
So this is item 1. And like before, there's a petri dish for my analysis where I separated out. These are the samples that were actually analyzed in detail, but I did examine all of the glass in this tin. I looked at it with the naked eye and with a microscope just to take inventory and describe them. And these are all light blue green in color. So this is item 2. Here's the plastic dish that I put in here. So these are the 5 fragments, 5 or 6 fragments that I separated out and I analyzed in detail. But I did look at everything in this tin, and you can see that these are dark gray in color. They're different from item 1, which was the light blue green in color.
Let me adjust this a little because it's very...
So at this time, when I opened up each of these, I made note that there were 2 populations of glass present. There was a light blue-green population and a dark gray population. So I knew that there were 2 types of glass found at the scene, at least 2.
And why is the color significant?
Because it's a discriminating characteristic. It allows me to distinguish different glasses. Item 3. Once again, the plastic dish with the sample of glass that I separated out, and there are numerous light blue-green fragments in this item. This is item 4. Sure. Item 4. Again, the plastic container that I made, and numerous fragments of light blue-green glass. And I will add in this item, I noted that there was, I don't know if you can see it, but there is a bright green fragment.
If you wait a moment for it to adjust it.
So this fragment right here, that's kind of by itself, that one is actually a different color than the rest. It's bright green. When I analyzed it further, I saw characteristics that were consistent with container glass, so I could tell it did not come from the window. It probably came from a bottle or a container. The last one is item 5. Again, the plastic container. And there's some apparent plant material with glass fragments in this tin. In this one, there was one, you can kind of see it stands out, that one bright green fragment right here. It's different from the other one, so it's not like the light blue-green glass. It's bright green in color, and it also had characteristics consistent with container glass. So I can say that that one did not come from a window.
And as far as what's in evidence now is states 50, did you originally receive it separately packaged?
No, I made this package.
And why is that?
There were fragments in items 1 and 3, which is glass from the scene, that appeared to have a reddish-brown residue on them. So I thought that might be significant, so I repackaged them separately, and I preserved them so they can go back to the original agency. And if they wanted to pursue further examinations, they can. So I did no further examinations with these glass fragments.
So you took a sample from 1 and 3 and you itemized it as 1.1?
Yes.
Okay. That.
I'm going to open it.
All right, you can take your seat. Okay, ultimately, you were able to, after your analysis, go through and make your own opinion as to the origin of this subject glass or the unknown glass. Is that correct?
Yes, I compared, like I said, there were two populations of glass, so I compared the light blue-green glass from the scene to the light blue-green glass standards from the vehicle. There's one standard. And then I compared the dark green glass from the scene, item 2, to the the dark gray glass in item 2 to the dark gray standards from the vehicle, which are items 7 and 8.
And so what was your ultimate opinion as to the origin of the glass?
So I found no differences between them. So my ultimate conclusion is that the two populations of glass from the scene, the light blue-green glass and the dark gray glass, were like the standards from the Jeep Compass, meaning they either came from that vehicle or they came from another source of glass having the same exact characteristics. That means it would have to have the same color, the same thickness, the same refractive index, as well as the same chemical composition. In my professional opinion, I find that latter possibility of it coming from another source somewhat unlikely.
Okay, and you mentioned the uniqueness of each thing. So for instance, that the glass that's in evidence as states 22 and 42, you said they have the same complete or the same thickness. Why is that significant in your analysis?
Because it can be a discriminating characteristic. If glasses differ by a certain amount, we have a criteria that we follow. If they differ by a certain amount, then I could say that they couldn't have come from the same window if they're different thicknesses.
And what type of glass is in states 22 and 42?
So all the glass that I described is what I call tempered float sheet glass. Tempered means that it's that cubed, diced glass that you see when a side window of a vehicle breaks. It's considered safety glass, so those small pieces won't cut you if the vehicle gets into an accident or if the window is broken. Tempered glass is found in your home too. Maybe your shower door or sliding glass door may have tempered glass. As opposed to non-tempered glass, which is going to break into sharp, pointy shards that could cut you. So I can tell that just by its appearance and some of its microscopic features that's the kind of glass it is. It's tempered glass. By float, I mean it was made using the float process. So when I use that ultraviolet lamp, one surface fluoresced brightly, which is an indication of the surface that was in contact with that tin bath. So some of that tin leached into that surface. It fluoresces, glows brightly under the UV lamp, so I can call it float glass. The last descriptor is that it's sheet glass, which just means that it's window glass. I can tell that the surfaces are flat, they're smooth, those fragments are not from a bottle or a container or tableware, they're from a window or a door or some other type of flat glass.
And the tempered float sheet window glass is consistent with what manufacturers would use to place on vehicles, as opposed, like you said, to glassware that you may have in your house.
Correct. Most almost all side windows and rear windows are going to be made out of tempered float sheet glass.
And as specific, you pointed out, I think it was item number 4 and item number 5, that there were some small fragments of bright green glass that you were able to separate as another origin of glass.
Yes, there's one fragment in each.
Okay, and you were able to determine and separate those fragments, 1 in each, 4 and 5, from the other sample, correct? Contained within those samples.
Yes, they were different from the glass in those tins. So in item 4 and in item 5, they were different. And they were also different from the glass standards. So they could not have come from the vehicle windows. They were different color and they were different type of glass.
And just to clarify, because I'm going to be clear, so for instance, item number 4, you had your own sample that you pulled out. That sample was the tempered float sheet window glass that you're saying is consistent with vehicle glass, correct?
Yes.
However, the small fragment, the bright green glass, was from a different origin, meaning it could have come from a container or another source.
Correct.
And same for item number 5. Your sample was consistent with the tempered float sheet glass that comes from vehicle glass window. But the one small fragment, that was the light, the bright green glass, was from a different source.
Correct.
And as far as the dark gray glass in item number 7 and 8, what was the, why is that glass dark green, for lack of a better term, versus the other glass, which we see as a light green or bluish characteristic?
Typically, modern vehicle manufacturers make the rear passenger windows and the rear window dark gray. It's just a natural tinting so you don't have to put an aftermarket tint on it. It just tints the passenger part of the vehicle.
So you're able to distinguish that dark gray as coming from the rear of the vehicle as opposed to the light, the other colored glass coming from, for instance, a passenger side.
Correct. Usually the front passenger windows are going to be blue-green-ish in color, and then the rear ones will be dark gray, especially in modern vehicles. It's very common now.
And also, as to items number 6, 7, and 8, you indicated, let me ask you about the edges of the glass. Was there anything significant in the edges of those glass?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So, for instance, the rounded finished edges.
Yes. One of the, I'm not sure which exhibit, but one of the exhibits had a rounded finished edge, which is consistent with what you would see in a side window. So if you lower your side window and you feel the top of it, it's smooth, it's rounded. That's so it doesn't cut you. So we see that in casework. It's an indication of where it came from.
You said you didn't recall. Would your report refresh your recollection as to where that was found?
Yes.
If you have a moment to refresh your recollection and look up when you reviewed.
So yes, it was glass in items 6 and 7 that had the rounded finished edges, and those were the 2 samples from the side windows of the vehicle.
And how about you indicate, well, we haven't defined it yet, but what is frit? Can you explain to the jury what frit is?
Frit is the black, opaque border you'll see in like windshields and also in rear windows. It serves a couple of purposes. The main one on a windshield is it gives the installer a place to apply the adhesive so it sticks to the window and the window stays in place. You'll see it in the rear window as well. It creates just a natural boundary for the glass so it's not so stark visually. You'll also see frit in the side windows. If you ever see the little numbers and codes on side window glass, sometimes it even says who made that glass. That's going to be in frit. Frit is a ceramic coating basically that put on screen printed onto the glass and it's fused to the glass. It's almost impossible to scrape off. So it's part of the glass. If I see frit in casework on 2 different samples, I can compare that frit as well as the glass.
And were you able to identify frit in any of the samples that you were provided with?
Yes, some of the standards had frit, the black frit on it.
Can you identify which item numbers? And if you need to refresh your recollection by reviewing the report.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Item 6 had some numbers in frit on one surface, and there was frit on some fragments in item 8 as well.
And that was an indication, was that also an indication to you that this was coming from a vehicle as opposed to another source of glass? The presence of frit?
Yes.
How about item specific as to item number 8, defroster. What is the significance of that?
The rear windows on vehicles have that defrost capability, and it's basically a metal wire that runs the surface of the glass. Occasionally I see that in casework. So if I do see that, it's an indication that that is a rear window glass source. And item 8 in this case did have a defroster wire or a metal coating that was consistent with defroster wire on one surface. And the item 8 was from a rear window.
Okay, and you mentioned in your opinion regarding the fact that it's your opinion that the latter possibility is considered unlikely. How are you able to narrow down the probability of that second hypothesis?
There's a couple of things that factor into that. One is the fact that I'm using discriminating techniques that distinguish glasses from one another, different sources of glass. Like I said, I'm looking for differences. So if I find a difference, then I could say that these two samples are not like one another and it could not have come from that source. So when I don't find a difference, then I can say that they're like one another. The question is, it either came from this source of the standards, the vehicle, or from another source. That other source would have to have the same exact characteristics. So in this case, you'd have to have a source of two types of glass, light blue, green, and dark gray in color, that were broken. They have to be broken to be deposited at a scene, and it would have to be at that scene. So the pool of potential sources that exist is limited. Not every vehicle is going to have glass like the glass in this case. Not every Jeep may have glass like the glass in this case. Like I said, over time, glass can change from one plant, and glass will vary from plant to plant. While it is possible that another source deposited glass at the scene, and it was exactly like the glass in this case, I find it somewhat unlikely just based on those factors.
The fact that it would have to be another vehicle with broken glass, so it wouldn't be every Jeep on the road, right?
Correct, it would have to be broken.
A moment to confer your own? Nothing further.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short recess.
We have no questions.
No questions?
No questions.
All right, so is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can step down, sir. You're excused, ladies and gentlemen. Take our recess now. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case further during their research. Keep your heads on your chair. Thank you.
I apologize for interrupting the court.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Manuel, the defendant. Anything to discuss, counsel?
Nothing here.
You need a restroom break, Mr. Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we arrange for that for Mr. Dennis, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your recess.
Your next witness is
Luke.
Yeah, let's go through the photos.
Garrett. All right. Counsel, you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring the jury in, please. Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury as well as the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys. And I think you are Michael Kelly, is that right? Yes. The next witness, can you raise your right hand for us?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Michael Kelly.
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
And Michael is M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y.
Thank you, sir.
Please, have a seat. That microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but does not move back and forth, all right?
That's the one.
Ready to go, sir? Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kelly. How are you today?
Good afternoon, I'm fine, thank you. But cold in here. It's cold in here.
Mr. Kelly, where do you work?
I work for the Miramar Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Miramar Police Department?
I worked for the Miramar Police 21 years.
What is your current job description?
My current job description is crime scene supervisor.
Prior to becoming the crime scene supervisor, what other hats have you worn at the Miramar Police Department?
I began as supervisor, and obviously you were selected. You move up from being a crime scene investigator to be supervisor, and with the right qualification for the job.
In terms of the time frame that you've been a supervisor, how long is that?
I've been a supervisor for 16 years now.
Prior to that, how long were you a crime scene investigator?
Say it again, sorry.
Prior to that, how many years were you a crime scene investigator?
Before, I was crime scene investigator for the first 6 years.
What types of training and education do you have to work in crime scene?
Training, that's a very, very good question. I remember answering in federal court a few months ago. What is the main requirements to be a crime scene investigator? Now, it's not just one master's, PhD in crime scene. Forensic science, yes. Biology, chemistry. But crime scene is a multitask job. And one of the best ways to be working in this field is to be certified with the International Association for Identification, which is a worldwide forensic body. And for crime scene certification, it's every 5 years. You have to take recertification, exam, physical, exam, practical exams. And it's ongoing. It doesn't just stay the same. The forensic field keeps changing. Now, as you see, the term is over here. They take the bar exam once in their career.
So, investigatory.
But crime scene is ongoing. 5 years, every 5 years, different material. Why is it changing? You have to have continuous education.
Are you certified by any accredited body?
Yes, I am certified in crime scene investigation and forensic photography.
How long have you held those certifications?
How long? So, well, I just took my recent one for May this year.
Okay. How long prior to that have you had it?
Since I'm on my 4th certification, so I've done it 20 years.
In terms of casework, how much of your day-to-day work is in crime scene and forensics?
I was, apart from supervising, I went up to supervising and mentoring, coaching, training people. So I would say most of it, 80% is actual crime scene work and 20% supervisory.
As part of your duties as a crime scene investigator, did you have the opportunity to respond on October 26th of 2018 to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes, I did. And unfortunately, my day starts and somebody else ends. In this case, too.
So, Investigator Kelly, with regards to your primary role that day, what were you assigned to do?
I responded to this hospital, this Miramar Hospital, emergency driver. I go there frequently. That's what emergency room's for. Everybody gets shot, stabbed, end up in the hospital. So we was called for this scene to assist the investigator, Morgan Curry, who responded for it. And I responded to assist. And I worked on the driver of the car. And when I got to the hospital, there's the Jeep, gray Jeep Trailhawk, multiple bullet holes. And I started with the Jeep photographs first, and then with the driver to process him.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the photographs that you took on that day. I'm now approaching what has been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as states AAA for identification purposes. The photographs that are attached here. Now, you have had the opportunity to review those prior to coming into court today.
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took on October 26th of 2018 at Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes, they do.
Here at this time, the state is requesting your state's AAA in as a composite of photographs in USB and published to the jury.
Sure, any objection?
Subject to the standard representation with respect to the contents of the USB. No
Okay.
objection.
Making that representation, counsel, yes?
Yes, again.
How many photographs are there?
So it's just one moment, Your Honor, and it's going to require me to do math, so please bear with me. There's 81 and 11. 92 photos in total.
Thank you, so it's a composite of 92 photographs.
States AAA would be marked states.
Okay, starting with the initial Jeep photographs. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you take a photo of a clipboard?
This is the first photograph I take for identification. It's the photo signing sheet. So it shows me a case number, like 2018, the month, and the actual case number, which is 06269. The type of case, was it sexual battery, was it burglary? In this case, it's a homicide, and then I write the address to show the location. And underneath you'll have the date and the time when I first started taking the photo.
So the 0645, is that military time?
Yes, that's the time. It was 6:45 in the morning, but the time when I started taking the photographs.
The next photo, is this documenting what?
I was trying to show where the location is. And if you have a street sign, wonderful. In this case, you have this hospital.
When you're looking here at this photograph, what view are we looking at of the hospital?
We're looking at an exterior photograph showing the emergency driver. And as you can see, it's being sealed off with a yellow barrier tape. the marked police vehicle. So that's its exterior with a photograph showing the actual emergency room driver. And the next photograph will show the overhang, which is the patient flop-off emergency.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so if you can always touch it to highlight
So I
areas
can
of the
touch it?
photograph.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
So if you could move the
So-
red cursor to the subject vehicle that you were there to initially document.
So it should be the vehicle.
Okay. Moving on to the next photograph.
The next photograph is the vehicle again. It's a dark gray Jeep Compass, which is called the Trail Hawk model.
And in terms of this little item up here in the top corner, do you know what that is?
Yes, that's the hospital's
Sorry.
surveillance security camera.
Moving on to the next photo, what are you showing here?
Well, that's photographs of the Jeep, and the driver's door was open, and the passenger driver's side door was open. So I took photographs of the Jeep in situ, how we find it.
Do you manipulate it in any way at this time?
Nobody in that. So the next photograph shows the rear of the Jeep.
Okay.
We show the windshield was completely shattered. Triangle, and that was the tag numbers, identify the vehicle.
And what tag number is this vehicle identified by from the state of Florida?
Was that-
What state of Florida tag number is this vehicle identified by?
This is the Florida tag, the tag number AKD22.
Thank you so much. And finally, moving on to this exterior photo.
Well, this will show passenger door window smashed, the rear passenger door window was smashed, and then you can see bullet holes in the passenger door, the rear passenger door.
Okay.
As you notice now, the daylight starting to arrive. So the lighting changed a little bit. Same picture of the Jeep. The two doors I mentioned before are open.
So, Investigator Kelly, do you take overall establishing shots first for a specific reason?
Correct. That's what I call my establishing picture to show what evidence is there.
Are you looking for evidence and potential evidence while you're taking these photos?
Yes, I'm looking in what I'm photographing, and eventually I'm looking underneath the vehicle. I did not go inside the vehicle. Why? Because I was informed that I had to obtain a search warrant.
Investigator Kelly, when you're taking these initial documentary photos, do you have any briefing or any background information about what has supposedly happened?
The only thing I was told it was a drive-by shooting. The driver drove up to the emergency room, patient drop-off with two victims, both with gunshots. So that was the only information I'd received at that point.
Do you make contact with detectives who are doing interviews while on scene?
Yeah, I made contact with Detective Hector Bertrand and gave me a brief, and he then requested me to process the driver of this vehicle.
Okay. So we're going to continue forward with the vehicle itself. Is there a benefit to taking photos in daylight versus under the artificial fluorescent lights of the hospital?
It does help a little bit in daylight. But daylight you can see, of course. And but it's still in shadow, it's still dark. So that way, when it's dark as it is, I have to use a flash more to show these pictures, try to show the details of the bullet holes.
Do you label them or mark them in any way at the scene?
Say it again, sorry.
Do you label or mark the bullet holes in any way at the scene?
No.
So going forward through the photos of the Jeep.
Yeah, this is the, I didn't go inside the vehicle, but I could take photographs from the open doors to show the interior. This is the rear passenger seat. And as you noted, there's many items, there's thick congealed blood, there's many items inside the vehicle.
Do you remember what the weather was like that morning?
Say it again, you said?
Do you remember what the weather was like
The
that
weather
morning?
was hot, humid, 84 degrees Fahrenheit. It wasn't raining, dry, humid. Early morning fire. This is a rear trunk area.
And it's still, you're not entering the vehicle in any way, shape, or form for these photos.
Yeah, and there was a black hole back there. This is the VIN number.
I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. What is a VIN number?
So the VIN number here is 3C4N JDDB2JT198929.
Okay. What are you documenting in this photo?
This is the driver's seat and various items inside it. This is the exterior of the driver's door. Then again, notice some marks, the damage to the vehicle in the hood, the bumper area.
As a crime scene investigator, do you respond out to run-of-the-mill car crashes?
I don't understand the question.
Do you go to hit and runs on the side of the road as a crime scene investigator?
I do hit and run.
In terms of the documentation that you do for a crash, is that something as part of your training and experience that you would have been done over the past 20-some years in crime scene?
Yes, I do have experience in photographing vehicles involved in it.
Okay.
And of course, when you do, for example, if it's an accident vehicle, you do want to document the damage to the vehicle.
Okay.
The hood is damaged. As you can see, it's misaligned there.
Did you have any idea as to when that damage could have occurred?
No, I have no idea how the damage occurred.
What is your job when you're doing this?
Document, collect evidence, and process evidence.
So after you finish doing all of the exterior photos of the Jeep, what do you do next?
As I explained before, I then went to meet the driver of this vehicle.
Do you make sure that this Jeep is sealed?
What do you mean?
Do you secure the doors and other areas of the Jeep with evidence tape?
Yes. Prior to a search warrant, we'll then seal out the vehicle with red evidence tape.
Moving on, there is now a photo placard A in this photo.
A is a bullet projectile, which is by the passenger side rear tire.
Is that the item in question?
This is it. Correct.
And do you know what this little gray round thing is over on this side?
That was the valve stem cap from the tire.
In terms of this view here, why do you take multiple photos of placard A?
Take multiple photographs to show the location, general shelf, establishing shelf, and then close-ups. And the next photograph shows the sealing up the vehicle, red evidence tape, which I put my initials and tape on.
Okay, and you do that around the entire vehicle?
Yes.
How do you transport the vehicle from the hospital?
We could use a tow truck service, and when we do tow, so for example here, A and B, I document it being put onto the flatbed, and then I escort it to a secure facility. So that way we know nobody touches the vehicle, nobody opens the door, they don't break the seal. So we use a tow truck to take it to a secure facility.
Do you then secure it in the facility and secure that with evidence tape as well?
Correct. And we take it to the, this was a what substation, and I seal up the doors, lock the water shutters to preserve the evidence.
Okay. Going now to, you mentioned you processed an individual at the hospital.
Correct.
Who was that individual you processed?
Name was Cortland Henry.
Where was Mr. Henry being held or kept?
It's in this room. So photo shows isolation exam room 18.
Was anyone else in the room with Mr. Henry when you went in there?
There was an officer guarding him, yes.
Is this how you found Mr. Henry when you entered? Did you explain?
So I photographed victim, a suspect. I photograph them, and search how you find them. I also look to see if there's any visible injuries, any blood on the hands, for example. So I'm photographing the hands. And we photograph tattoos, any form of identification marks.
And was Mr. Henry wearing a hospital-issued identification tag or bracelet?
Well, there's a hospital identification tag for Henry Cortland.
So the items over here on the floor, what are those?
These are the clothing that Cortland Henry was wearing when he came into the hospital. Now, I didn't see him wearing the clothes, but that's what the responding, the first officer told me. This is his clothes that was in the room with him. And typical hospital procedures, they take off the clothes. Which is why every time we go to the hospital, they're all naked. Why? They remove the clothing. And there's two bags here. One has the footwear and the other bag has the clothing.
Okay, I'm going to start and show you what's been previously shown to the defense counsel as states CCC. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I recognize it.
How do you recognize this?
Oh, it had my handwriting on it. It has my initial date, and it does give a brief description of what it is.
What is that item?
This item is a t-shirt, black t-shirt, with Drew Film Edit written on it.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it does.
Was there 2 cuttings taken from that shirt and done by you at a later date?
That is what was collected from this shirt, yes.
Is that the shirt packaged as it was after you took the cuttings?
Yes, this is how I packaged the evidence after I had collected my evidence from this item.
Here at this time, the state would request to retreat states CCC in as our next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
52.
It'll be admitted.
States CCC marked states 52.
Investigator Kelly, if I could be so kind as to ask you to publish this shirt. There are gloves to your left, and I will grab you some scissors.
skip the lunch. I go for extra lunch.
And if you could show the small logo on the front of the t-shirt first.
Yes, this is the front of the t-shirt.
Okay. And if you so kind as to show the back.
And this is the back of the t-shirt.
Thank you so much. If you would be kind enough to repackage that. Now showing you what's been marked as state triple D for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do recognize this.
What are those items?
I listed the 3 items in the package. And they are the cutting from the blood stain on the front of that t-shirt, and a cutting from the rear of the t-shirt. And then I have a swab from the blood stain on the Air Jordan sneakers, which is this.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected that and processed it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would request to make states triple D in as states 55.
Without objection, Your Honor.
53.
Thank you, those be admitted without objection.
States triple D marked states 53.
So with regards to the cuttings that are in there that you described, are those subsets or taken from that shirt that was introduced as states 52?
The first 2 items were taken from Drew Phil Eric t-shirt.
So I'm now showing you what's been marked as states triple E for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is the hoodie, black hoodie, and also the t-shirt has been removed and repackaged. But the other item inside here is a plastic container, blue plastic container.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you retrieved it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
You said one item was repackaged. What was that item?
The t-shirt which I just shown you before.
Your Honor, at this time the state would request to move states triple E in.
Without objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
States 54.
States triple E marked states 54.
You'd be so kind as to publish the sweatshirt from in there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, you can package that back up. I'm going to give you now what's been marked as state triple F for identification purposes. Do you recognize states triple F?
right here.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26, 2018?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple F in as 55.
No objection, Your Honor.
States. States, triple F, marked states 55.
Okay. I want to go back out to the scene of the Jeep again for a moment. Did the projectile by photo marker A, did you recover that particular item?
I did.
Okay, now approaching with what's been marked as states triple G for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Has my writing, evidence seal, a description of what this item is. And that's the flattened bullet projectile, which I use the photo marker A on the crime scene photographs.
Is it in the same or substantially same conditions when you collected it on October 26, 2018?
Yes.
Here at this
How
time,
clear it was back in 2018?
here at this time, the state would request to move states triple G in as states 56.
Any objection?
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
States, triple G, marked states 56.
So going through the photos here, the back one. Did you conduct a analysis on the hands or process the hands of Portland Henry?
Yes, I did what called GSR, gunshot residue, GSR.
Did you do one or two of those?
I do 2 tests.
Okay.
Now, there's always this dilemma, which one you do first. In this case, I did the evidential one first for laboratory testing. And my secondary test was a presumptive test.
So I'm going to approach with what's been previously marked as states triple H for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize that item?
My handwriting, my evidence seal, and a description of what this is. It is a gunshot residue evidence collection kit. This is a collection kit we use for laboratory testing with the SEM, which is a scanning electron microscope.
Does Miramar have a scanning electron microscope at the police department that you can use?
No, it's a scanning electron microscope is not optical. You may remember from your science days when you could look through an optical magnifier for blood, see those screw